Good evening and welcome to the show. It's Monday night. Where is your mind? That's the big question. Where is your mind? People have a lot more time on their hands these days and a lot more time to think. I think it's a good thing. But some people don't like being alone, and a lot of people don't like to think. You can see where there might be problems. But I'm KJ. This is the Scariest Movie Ever YouTube channel. From time to time, I really like doing this type of a show. It's an open chat. It's not just me talking to you guys while you're in the chat. I'll be putting a link to join me here shortly into the chat. And if you'd like to jump in and talk tonight about anything, whatever's on your mind, any questions you have, any points you want to make, whatever subject you want to get into, I know a little bit about a lot of things. I've always said that. And you can see that by the type of videos I make. So we can talk about anything. And also, if you've never done this before, if you've never been a part of one of these shows with me and you've always wanted to talk and ask a question or whatever, tonight's your night. It's not that I don't mind talking to the same people from time to time, because it happens and that's okay. But if you've never done this before and you really want to, I really hope you'll take the opportunity tonight and jump in. It really is a conversation. I try to give everybody at least around 10 minutes, but sometimes it goes a little over and sometimes it goes a little short. So ultimately it all kind of works out. But I'm not real strict on time, but I try to, again, kind of keep it going. We don't want to give like 30 minutes, a person, because we can get quite a few people in here throughout the night. So we're going to go with the flow and see how it goes. And I'm going to put that link in here in the chat right now. I put it in earlier, but I'm going to put it over here in this chat section. And I'll give it a little bit of time. A few people have joined here. Put it back in right there. And now just start jumping in. Again, if whatever subject you want to bring up, whatever questions you might have, or again, points you want to make, or just whatever, it doesn't matter the subject. Tell us how you're doing out there. How's the whole crown virus lockdown and all this madness coming along with it? How's it affecting you? And how are you hanging in there through all this? Just a few things to remember. Once I bring you in, this chat room in here can hold about 10 people total, and it'll be just one at a time. And I appreciate everyone having patience. And we'll just kind of go from there. But just know that you're not going to be on camera. And I ask that you turn the volume down on your end, like on your computer. Turn that down, once you come on, because there's always a bit of an echo there. And that's about it, man. It looks like we're getting some people in here, which is great. I want to welcome you all once again to the show. Thank you so much for being here, all of you. A big shout out to the moderators as well. They always come in very handy. Much appreciated. A huge shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters. Without you, none of this would be possible. My movie wouldn't have been possible. I'd mentioned to my Patreon recently, but my movie just won another official selection. So that makes it 7th. So it's still out there being seen, and that's fantastic. Again, it's not about me or notoriety or any celebrity or anything like that. I'm trying to avoid that as much as I can. It's just about getting information out to masses, especially off the internet, reaching people in different areas. All right. So, hey, on that note, let's go ahead and just get started. I'm going to read the lineup here. I've got Panini 20, Jared, Rebound, Will, Ryder, Frank, Andrew, Tunshi, and Captain. That's what I've got in the lineup so far. So let's get started with Panini 20. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good.
Good. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, I wanted to talk about my experiences, when I'm in the spirit.
I'd love to hear it.
Those type of things. So I made a little list.
Okay.
So I've had one this, last New Year's 2020. I went to sleep before, they did all the weird stuff they do at 12 o'clock and stuff.
Mm-hmm. The ritual.
Yep, right. And so I had one. It was I was walking like where I would regularly walk in the neighborhood, and these three men started running towards me, and I had to attack them and stuff, and they were trying to attack me, and it was like nighttime, so it was like kind of like the purge. It was weird.
How were they trying to attack you?
They were running towards me like in a violent way, like they're getting ready to pull out a knife.
And have you had these kind of experiences before?
Not like that. It's like I never have violent ones where I'm being hurt and stuff, but I didn't feel it. It was just, I felt the adrenaline when I woke up also.
That always makes me think about, it's something I think is really happening in real life as well. But and I've always drawn the analogy of the Matrix, the movie, where Agent Smith can pop up into any character around Neo or anybody at any time. And it's kind of like the hollow ones around us, I think, that are easily infested by demonic entities. But it's almost like they can find you at certain times. They can follow you. Maybe it's that weird person staring at you at the mall for no reason whatsoever, or whatever it is. But that's always kind of been the way I've seen it. I mentioned a couple experiences I had recently. I had a guy in my gym. I went in. It was just me and him in there. He was wearing nothing but a pair of tight shorts. Kids all ripped in muscles, sweating, screaming as he's lifting weights. Gets on a treadmill next to me. There are two treadmills side by side. Gets right next to me while I'm on my treadmill, and then he goes sideways. He's walking sideways so he can stare directly at me, and we're maybe a foot away from each other. You're right? Yeah, he's still sweating and going, as he's
like that all the time.
Right. So I look at that as a manifestation. That's just me, But so please continue.
And then I wanted to talk about, incubus also, because I recently had one of those type of experiences too. And it was when I was looking at the stuff during the day, and then that night it decided to come mess with me. So that was
how did that happen?
So I went to sleep, and during the experience, you're like, when you wake up that morning, you feel super tired. So I forced myself up, but I was thinking about it, and it was like it came as like one of my exes. So it was trying to do stuff to me.
I understand. I got something to share on that. There was about 2 weeks ago, I showed a video clip on my KG's What Happened show. Somebody filmed it with their phone in New York City on a subway, and it was a lady that was crawling on top of all of the benches and screaming, and she was saying, excuse me, it's kind of gross, I won't use the actual word, but she was saying, "We're gonna F all night, bitch." And she kept screaming it. And even right there, I said, man, when I first saw that, I think this woman might have an incubus on her. You know what I mean?
Literally.
Wow.
Yeah, I always see that type of stuff, and I'm like, oh, some spirits are active today, but yeah.
And do you pray pray them away? You can, of course, through the name of Christ, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm more of like the one that'll just like look at them while I'm doing it, not really like out there. I don't do that type of stuff. It works better when I do it that way, but
Good. Well, what else you got? Anything else you wanted to share?
I'll probably just keep it short, and I wanted to talk about the last one I had. It was like a weird one. I was just relaxing, and it was like evening, and I seen this red object. It was like approaching the planet. It wasn't like coming fast, but it was like in our atmosphere. It was bright red, and it was just weird. And I just thought about wormwood.
I've never, I mentioned this on a recent show, but I'd never given a lot of credence to the meteor stories over the last 10 years because so many have been just kind of scaremongering type stuff and nothing happened. But we know there's going to be signs like that in the heavens. I totally believe it. And I'm seeing more and more stuff about meteorites, but people having dreams about them. There's something I found recently, and I'd never seen it before. It was posted 2 years ago. I think the child was 9 years old that did this, but he just was drawing on some dry erase board, and his mom came and looked at it. It looked like the planet laid out, and it was destruction all over it. And she was asking what that was. He said, "I just came to my mind," and they started breaking it down. And even with that, he said he saw that meteors were coming to the earth, that he said they saw cracks in the earth, and there were giant people coming out with horns on their heads. And even the mother was asking and telling him, everything is parent restricted there. This kid's not on the internet looking at stuff. He's not a conspiracy theorist. He's not watching Disney. It's just, so he really just saw this in his head. It was amazing. And all kinds of stuff. Do you remember the meteorite being a big part of it? So yeah, sure. Wormwood. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And then I had one about like multiple moons also. And it was like a flash. It was like it flashed with the 2 moons, and then it flashed to a weird, like our Walmart parking lot we have around here. Ours shut down, by the way. Weird. But,
oh, it did?
Yeah, before COVID.
Well, it's weird. Here, I had a thought the other day. I went and saw that movie Tenet at the movie theater just because I hadn't been to a theater in a while. Mm-hmm. And even there, like a few days after seeing that, the news came out that they're shutting down all these theaters all through America now. Regal is shutting them all down. Mm-hmm. And I thought that, along with all the Walmart closures, maybe those are just going to be more places to keep people eventually. They're going to use movie theaters too, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, keeping tabs on it. But yeah, and then what else? And then I wanted to add from last time. It was like a few lives ago where somebody wanted to learn more about the Rastafarian movement.
Yeah.
And what it's really about. So basically, like, it started in 1930, and they believe in the Bible, but they believe that the King James version is against black people, and they believe that the Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, was the second coming of Christ to redeem black people, which we know that's very false, and people really believe in it.
Yeah, well, thanks. I'm glad you shared that, because you're right. There are a lot of people curious about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, and also I wanted to share about the looting and stuff too.
Of course.
I live in Minnesota.
Oh, no way.
In the middle of where it happened, so it was really crazy around here.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, and then the other day there was this weird protest. Supposedly they had like demands, a list of demands. They were talking about, take away the Statue of Limitations.
Hey, Panini,
and they had like fake body bags.
Hey, Panini, I'm sorry that something happened with your audio there for a second. You said there was a weird protest, and then it kind of went weird. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they had a protest the other day on the 8th. They marched to the Capitol, and they had like purge masks on and stuff. And he was like the guy that was on the live streams. I see it on there. He was yelling at them. He's like, "Oh, fists up!" Like demanding them. They were just doing it too, and they were like dressed in all black. And then there was like one guy at the Capitol randomly, like he had a Trump flag, and they were like threatening him and stuff. And then they were like, "Oh, don't mess with them," but they're going to.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I think that your audio is being screwed with after you said protest. It all started going weird again, and it kept coming in and out. But I heard most of it. I'm not even kidding, though. The people that are listening can attest to that. Yeah, like this is one of the reasons I'm moving one of my shows off of YAT here very soon. But thanks for sharing that. I think we caught it. Anything else you wanted to say?
That's about it.
Thanks, Panini. Hey, it was great talking to you. All very interesting subjects, and thanks a lot for calling in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. I'm not kidding, guys. Did you notice that? There's nothing I can do on my end to cause something like that. I have no access to her audio. But each time it sped up, right? Like it sped up and kind of came in and out. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll keep moving on. Panini, thanks once again. It was a pleasure talking to you. And now it's Jared. Jared, are you there?
KJ.
Hey, wow, man.
Dude. Dude, I've been listening to you for almost 10 years, man.
No way, man. That's such an honor. I'm serious. I appreciate it, sir. Thanks so much.
Dude, listening to your, just your story, and being in the Coast Guard and being from Oklahoma, I'm from Texas. I spent 7 years in the Navy.
Oh,
Lived on
cool.
both coasts, traveled the world, and we have very similar background, man, except for the Hollywood thing.
Aren't you glad that you got to the water? Wasn't that great?
Dude, I miss the ocean. That's one of the greatest things I think about this world is the ocean. People need to experience it.
Me too. I was just watching my new favorite show called The Last Alaskans. I don't know if you heard of that or not, but it's on, I think, Discovery or one of those channels, maybe maybe an animal channel. But just that life, and it takes a certain type of person. But I could do that, especially when I'm a little older. Just find a cabin out there and trap and live off the woods. How awesome would that be? But anyway, I'm rambling. But
No,
man,
you're gonna get
thank
me
you.
rambling, dude. I live in Texas. I live on 24 acres out in the country. Try to be independent now, and just
Nice.
live in God's country. Just to walk out your door and be surrounded by trees and livestock and animal. I mean, it's just that's what life is supposed to be about, and the ocean just brings that to you. It's more
Yeah.
secluded, but it's also so inclusive. I don't know. I used to get in a trance. It felt like we were steaming underway. And at night, especially when you see the incandescence in the water, and it would just blow you away, man.
I remember being first off, I'm envious of your all the acres. That's great in Texas. I lived in Austin for about 3 years, loved it. Got a lot of friends in Texas anyway. It's just a great state, and I'm hoping that I know it's red blue news, but there's all this talk about Texas going blue because they're showing a lot of stories about people moving out there from LA, and a lot of my friends in Austin. There's only a couple people I still talk to, but they tell me there's a lot of LA hipsters moving out there, and it's just a
Austin,
bummer.
yeah, Austin. I mean, and I appreciate Austin. The company I work for, their headquarters in Austin, so I have to go down quite a bit for work. But I can appreciate because I lived in San Diego for years, and I can appreciate bringing in the culture. But the change is real, man. It's people are leaving California for a reason, and it's like you heard the saying, don't Californicate my Texas. It's
Yeah,
happening.
I know. It's crazy. Well, it's really nice meeting you. And we have that same history, and I about the ocean and all that and isolation. And I was just taught a pretty important lesson. Since I came back from Costa Rica every year before my lease came up, I was thinking about doing the RV and getting out of here. But my folks are here and they're a little older. And, they recently had one of them has a health scare, just over the last month. And it put things in perspective. It's like here I was trying to run away for so long, but I really need to be here for them as they're getting older. And, and I've
Yep.
got everything I need. I'm
I'm
good.
glad you came back to the States. I had some friends that moved to Panama thinking that when Obama was president that was going to be it. And so they moved to Panama for 4 years and they came back.
Oh,
And
really?
so, yeah, I feel like, God's going to call you back, man. He's going
Yeah,
to.
he
People
sure
like
did.
us, there's very few of us that stand, now for the word, stand for Christ. I mean, I know very few people who are awake. I was just talking to people in your chat room and just amazed that when everybody gets together, you just feel that vibe of people, just coming together. You just don't get that. You can't go to church, which I'm not a religious guy. I'm very spiritual, but not religious, just like you, and
Yeah.
to get your followers all jamming on the same page and feeling the vibe and feeling Christ's energy. It's just awesome, dude. It makes my voice quiver. You can hear it right
Yeah.
now.
Isn't that so great? Because even I think I've had people throughout the years, what's going to happen if YouTube gets you and takes you away and all this stuff? And I'm like, you know what? I've got such a great community and I'm spreading so many other sites. Like, we're going to keep it together. We'll find another place to meet. We'll grow. We'll continually do what we do. I still don't plan on that happening. I've mentioned it before. I literally pray over the protection of the channel just to keep it up. Even though they fudge my numbers and subs and whatever else, I'm still there. I can still reach noobs, which is
It's
kind of
unfortunate that they monopolized YouTube early on and got us all sucked in, and
yep.
now we're all searching for different ways to stay connected. All my channels I've followed for years, like you, they're all having to go to Patreon, which I'm doing Patreon now, but you're so ingrained with YouTube, and
Yeah,
so
man, thank God for that. Well, the whole dynamics changed, the paradigms changed. We really are at a place now where it's viewer based. Like they're kind of become our benefactors, in a lot of ways, and I think that's. I mean, it's the only way we can do it. Most of us anymore. I'm demonetized on YouTube myself, but a lot of us, it's the only way you can stay independent and still get out there in a lot of ways. So just thanks again. Also, I donate to people on Patreon myself, so I'm with that. I love the community of it, and I'm just so grateful. But don't let me keep rambling on, man. What's
well,
on your mind tonight?
yeah, dude, I know, man. I'm sorry. I'm just excited to get to talk to you, so I do ramble on, and I'm a talker for sure.
That's
Especially
okay.
if I got somebody's like-minded, dude. It's just so rare. It's so rare in today's world. In fact, I was going to ask you, is like, You really do you believe that? I mean, I believe there's a chance. Absolutely, God's in control no matter what. But do you think that there'll be a true spiritual Christian revival again before he takes his throne? I mean, because things are happening so fast, dude. I mean, it's been 7 months in this bullshit, and there's no sign of it ever. There's no going back. They're telling you straight up, this is the new normal. Get used to it. So, do you think that there will be another Christian uprising? That select will finally stand up? Because I just see more people falling away and putting their shame muzzle on, waiting for the vaccine to come out so I can go back to normal and whatever. Who cares about cash? Whatever. It's dirty money. You know what I'm saying? We can all go digital and just plugging into AI and the beast system like it was nothing. They don't even give it a second thought at all.
Yeah.
And it's scary, but it's not, because I know where I stand. But it really has been hard to not be pissed off.
I know, and it's one of those things. It's tough sometimes just to have to accept that this is what it is. Not everyone's going to choose it. This is why the Bible tells us it's the narrow path. Now it's making more sense, isn't it? It's like, that's now I see it. It really is a narrow path. I do think there'll be kind of the system as it is, and as strong as it's getting, the beast system. It's not going to allow for like some massive. There was one of these television preachers did a big massive prayer meeting, but he did it right in front of the Washington Monument, Cyrus's wiener. We know this, right? So, and we understand that he was most likely a Freemason anyway. So I don't see something like that. And in our minds, a lot of us picture that all these churches coming together and, finally preaching the word and getting out of the streets. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Also, because look how much their division is within churches. That's why I'm not a part of that stuff, because there's so many and they don't like each other because they have different dogma. I mean, the church I was raised in, my parents still go, but we view it differently. But we were raised to believe that we're the only denomination going to heaven. When I was a little boy, I used to believe the people in my church were the only ones I'd see in heaven. Like all these other kids at school, I was like, oh, well, it's nice knowing you.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, you're done, dude. Guess you're going to hell. But we're going to heaven.
What I believe.
Yeah, but so I think that once the Antichrist is actually revealed, whether it be, Obama is definitely a candidate. Maitreya, I'm always thinking of. Who knows if Trump somehow winds up becoming it somehow, or he's probably.
I used to think Obama, and I still think because of this whole UN connection that Obama has a chance to swing around. But man, Trump is doing some stuff that really, man, has got me thinking. He's so divisive. He's so good, such a good manipulator.
Yep.
It's amazing, like to watch all my quote unquote red friends, which I'm just like you. I'm down the middle. If I had to classify myself, I'd be a libertarian. But
me too.
When I swore an oath to the Constitution, I took it seriously, even though I know now it really doesn't mean what you think it means anyway. But I just am blown away that the paradigm is just even stronger now than it's ever been. I mean, there's no chance for free thinkers to get the stage. When they took Ron Paul's seat in 2012, that was the last man standing. He was it. He was the only one to tell you the truth.
It's the whole thing with Trump it's fascinating, and that's why I don't see it as just a black or white thing. I definitely see God's hand on him. I mentioned this in one of my live shows a while back. This is how I know for sure. I was driving out by the lake. This was a few months ago, and I just would take drives out there sometimes and talk to God, listen to music, whatever. And I was asking about Trump. I was praying about Trump. And in my mind, I saw these words, for such a time as this. So I get home, get my computer up, go into my news feeds, and just start looking for news. The first story pops up. It's on CBN, and it basically says this guy is interviewing Trump and asking Trump if he thinks that he's here for such a time as this. And that was the first story I saw when I got home. Now, this kind of stuff happens to me all the time. I don't tell about it all the time, but that's when I know I'm onto something, or when I'm making videos, I'll start having these things and I'll know which video to make. But yeah, that was a moment where, so it's not saying he's the good guy or the bad guy. I was just like, I get it, Lord. Like, he really is. Like, you're using him,
Yeah. Coincidences are God's way of staying anonymous. That's what it is.
I love it. So that's how I see it. I think that in a weird way, we're seeing that Christian revival online, right now with all of us, people like us and other groups. There's a lot of them out there that we're kind of seeing it happen right there. But I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't think that we're ever going to see the churches all pull together and it be
No.
honest and true about the real Jesus. It may be about the Antichrist, but not about our Savior.
Oh, it'll be the
So,
false one. When they come together and come in the streets and start crucifying us for the real Jesus, it's going to happen.
yeah, see,
You know,
that'll be a big moment. That'll be it. That's going to be your awakening for everybody, even the people who are cheering us on, getting our heads chopped off or whatever. It's like that'll be the real time, you know.
And my boss is the only like true Christian awake person that I know, and God, thank God every day for him being in my life. But I was just giving him a hard time today about the whole COVID thing, right? Everybody's got to get tested and blah blah blah, And so any interaction at work or a tracing or a contact, we're forcing our employees to get tested, and I'm not doing it. I already put my foot down. I'm not going to send my people to go get them tested. Well, he pressured me because his boss pressured him to get me tested one time. And I said, I jokingly said, "You're going to be the one that pushes me out in front of the guillotine, aren't you?" Just jokingly. So it's funny you said guillotine. You know what I mean? It's like. We totally get it, and I just feel like, honestly, dude, I just want to tell you, I don't want to keep you. I know the other people probably want to talk, but
No, you're okay.
I'm thankful for people like you, dude, that have stayed steady and true through all these years, because no matter where I was at on my path, dude, whether high or low, you were always there. I'd always go find you. I listened to your live chats. I never made it through, and you always just brought me back. You helped me realize, what was important, what was life supposed to be about, dude. So I'm thankful for you, man, for real.
Wow, man, you hit me in the heart, Jared. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And you're welcome. I'm grateful that I get to be a part of that for you. And, of course, all glory to the Lord. But thank you so much. And because look, that's on my end doing these shows. I love them just as much as other people may as well, because it keeps it in my mind that, again, I'm not alone. It's easy for all of us to feel alone. Nobody understands us. You can't talk to this one. You can't talk to that one, but it's fantastic for all of us. So I thank you, and man, it's great meeting you, and just another great like-minded brother. And thanks, Jared, man. I appreciate you.
Oh, man. Oh, for real. Glory be to God, dude. For real. Keep doing what you're doing. And hey, man, you're in Oklahoma, so maybe we'll bump into each other sometime. Not that far. My sister lives up there. So,
man, hit me up on the scariest movie ever at Gmail sometime. I'd love to talk. Okay.
I will, brother. Thank you.
Take care.
You too, man.
That was great, man. It's always good. These shows are always great. I'm not just tooting my own horn. It's you guys. It's always good talking to you. Thank you, Jared. Now, Rebound. Rebound is up. How you doing, Rebound?
Hey, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How's it going tonight?
It's good. I talked to you, I think, the last show that you had. I'm the guy that was talking about narcissism and seeing 666 everywhere.
Oh, yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, good. I just wanted to, stop by and say hi, because it's lonely.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God, it's lonely.
Well, I got something on the 666 I just saw the other day. I think I might make a little like music video out of it and put it on my website. But lately I keep seeing the term build back better, and I'm seeing it everywhere. I even saw it on Legos. Legos has a new build back better or building back or something. So, we know that the system needs to bring some destruction so they can rise as a phoenix. We understand that's a part of it. But the BBB, I kept looking at it, and a lot of them are using the lowercase b. And if you look at the three lowercase b's together, it looks like a 666 to me. That's just the way I think. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it may be a sign. I'm actually looking at the number right now. It's on the ballot. The number that you call, it's actually on there.
Wow.
But isn't that crazy? And it was funny. So your last year talked about how the Californians want to move to Texas, and I am so ready to leave California.
Well, Texas is a great choice.
Yeah, I think it would be great. And then Panini, she talked about, I think it was a dream that she had, that she said she saw two moons, and this was 4. Okay, so this was something that I saw 2 in my dream, and so I had this. I don't know if it was a prophetic dream, but it was like around the holiday season, and it was either Christmas or Thanksgiving. And I remember I was outside with friends, and we were looking in the sky, and they're looking at one moon, and I see another moon, and I'm telling them, I'm like, hey, there's 2 moons, and I'm trying to get them to notice it, but they're not noticing it. And then from there, I see this asteroid, and it's coming down. I get scared. I run, and it hits the barbecue pit. and there was a baby, and it was like it looked human but not human, and it was like fire around it, and then I woke up.
Wow, that's really heavy. Especially again with the asteroid and with the things happening in the heavens, because we know that's a part of it. We know it's in Revelation. I've been covering activity in the skies for years, but those kinds of things, I believe, I could totally see it coming more in, especially as Wormwood approaches, or the Sitchin stuff. A lot of that's been debunked, but he calls it the Anunnaki and all this other stuff, whatever. But I really believe it's from the Bible, as the Bible told us, and it's going to be something like that. So it's going to be amazing. I just mentioned that little boy that had drawn that map, and he showed where all the meteor pieces were hitting America. There are cracks all around. Man, there's a lot of stuff he was showing. In fact, another thing I'm doing is a compilation video, children's dreams, because I just found 3 over the last week. There's a little girl I just saw. This kid must have been over 6 years old. About a dream where she saw Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates. She saw those guys injecting children with the vaccine, and the children's arms, she said, changed colors, and they acted weird, and things like this. It's just really interesting. Of course, they're being coached, and I don't like to, I try to go with the spirit by these things. If you guys go look these up, you'll see what I mean. But regardless, there is a lot of stuff about the meteors coming out, so it's interesting, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then of course I keep thinking about the V word, and how that's going to go down. So that's something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
It is crazy, but I've always, and I've said this in the past, I've always had this idea that for people that are with Christ, say they find themselves in a bad situation, maybe they're one of those window cleaners on a high rise, and they bump and they fall off and they're not attached and they're falling to their death. I've always felt that in all kinds of situations, before you have to experience all the and the pain and everything, that the Lord just takes you. And then I hope so too. And then the other day I was watching Prophecy Club, and it was this guy talking about his prophetic dream about the rapture and all this stuff. And it was really interesting, but he said that he had to get his head chopped off, and it was from a sword. It wasn't from a guillotine. It was, these really big people, all black robes and stuff, that were chopping people's heads off. And he said that as the sword came down, he felt it on the top of his neck, he said, and he was gone. He was with the Lord immediately. And I was like, oh, cool. That was almost a confirmation, that I like to think that's what it would be, just in case. I don't know how I got off on that, but anyway, I hope it makes sense.
I've heard a similar thing too, but it was with witches, and they were trying to murder Christians, and right before the Christian would die, they would smile, and it was right before they tried to murder him. So maybe, wow. Who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you were talking about the guy at the gym.
Yeah.
So that happens to me all the time. Like, oh, it's so bad. And it's happening more than since I've kind of been like isolated. So when I go out in public, it's happening more. And I thought, with being covered up, I wear like a baseball cap. You would think that these people would leave you alone, but they do these weird things. Like I noticed, like when I'm at the grocery store, like this has happened to me twice, where like an older lady will like cut me in line, and then she'll just look at me. And it's like a creepy look. Or I can be driving. I remember there was one time I was making a left turn, and I just happened to look at the car perpendicular to me, and the guy was like fixated on me, and it was just like this evil, dark, demonic look. So I know what you mean when you say, those weird encounters that you have with other people.
Oh yeah, I think it that they can almost, not that they can see it, but they can feel the Holy Spirit in you. They can feel the Christ around you or in you or something. I don't know, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. And the last thing, I guess since I've come to the channel and you talk about a lot of like demonic activity.
Yeah.
So I used to work at this really crappy place, and I had to quit because it was bad. Like I was like gaining weight, and like I was like
just toxic.
Yeah, it was super toxic. Excuse me, let me turn this off.
It's okay.
So it was super toxic, and so I noticed I was gaining all this weight, and so the place had a gym, and I would wake up early to go to the gym. We had it was like a medical office. We had a lot of creepy patients too. But so I saw like this dark shadow figure, and I assumed that it was my boss because it was like the same silhouette. And I looked at the clock and I realized that it wasn't him. So I thought I was seeing something. And then like 9 months later, we had a girl who got hired, and she asked me a question. She said, "Are there any ghosts in this suite?" And I was like, "It's funny that you say that." And she was like, "Well, the maid, she was talking to her about it in Spanish." And so I asked her to describe what she saw, and she saw the same thing that I saw. And of course, I tried to talk to the maid about it, but there was a language barrier. But yeah, so these things are real. And the patients too, like, so I would come in early in the morning and I'll make sure that I would lock the door. And this happened twice. And these patients, it was two of them. They were like super dark. Something about their energy was like super dark, but they were able to get in the building with it being locked. Isn't that crazy?
That is, but isn't it nice that we have the perspective we have, that you understand what those things are? We're not scared of them, right? You're not scared.
Yeah,
of them.
No, I'm not scared
of these
surprisingly.
Things. Right. And then, you may need to be somebody who, even as you talk to that lady, maybe you'll be that person that'll help take the fear away from them and just, help them to understand what these things are and what they're doing, because they feed off of fear. That's what they like. Of course, we know this.
Yeah, they do. Depression and all that stuff.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh, man, that's why, especially around patients and hospitals and old folks' homes and all that. Man.
There's so many. Oh, there's so many in the hospital too. It's crazy, because you would think that place would attract a lot of empathic people, but it also attracts a lot of darkness as well.
Oh yeah. There's some monsters. I love the medical. I was a medic in the military myself, big fan. But it's not everybody's Florence Nightingale. There's a lot of monsters for real. There's some really creepy, monsterish type people in medical stuff I found.
Yeah, and then like since this whole thing that's going on. That the death rate in the medical facilities has gone down. So it was something like 250,000 people just in America were dying due to medical errors a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you definitely know there's some dark entities in there that's doing that stuff on purpose.
Yeah, that's why we know this, but we always need that protection, man. That's the thing. That's the beauty of understanding what we do, or understanding what we understand, and knowing that Christ really is the center of it all. He's the protection from all of this madness and craziness, and he's the only way out.
It's true. But I don't want to hold you up any longer.
No, you're fine. But are you doing okay, man? You said you feel lonely, though. Man, are you hanging in?
Every day is different. Like for the last 2 weeks, because I just started a YouTube channel, so I was pretty preoccupied with that. And then, just the other day, I just got depressed, and I just think it's I'm not active. The gyms are closed out here, so they've been closed for 7 months.
Well, get out and walk, or something, because I walk every day, and it helps. And I know exactly what if I miss it for a couple of days, I feel bad. So yeah, man, find out a way to get active. I know you will.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it.
Hey, man, Rebound, it's nice talking to you. Just hang in there, and I think that's one thing you'll know being around this community and all the people is you're not alone, and we're all going through it. But you always have a lot of cool stuff to bring to the table, man. So always nice talking to you, and take care, okay?
All right, take care.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, it was Rebound. Thank you, sir. All right, in a little bit, I'll put the link back into the show. I'll put it back in chat in a little bit, but let me get through a few of our folks here. A few more. We got Will coming up next. Will, how you doing, sir?
Hello.
Hi, Will.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, man, I'm great. How's things with you?
Good. First of all, thanks for having me.
You're welcome, and I want to say thank you because it's late for you, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I'm actually all the way from South Australia.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, thanks so
So
much, man.
from Adelaide, but it's actually 11 in the morning, so it's not
Oh,
bad time.
okay. All right. Well,
Yeah,
it's my UK friends. I think they're up at like 2 or 3 in the morning.
yeah,
But well, thank you for calling in from so far away. And also, before you get started, I have to ask you because every week I'm finding horrible news about Australia becoming like this dystopian horror movie. What's going on?
yeah. Well, I don't know where do I start. So it's weird. So obviously you got Melbourne, which is just like just crazy. Um, Obviously South Australia is on the border on the left side, and it's just really weird because you wouldn't believe it, but life's just pretty much as normal here.
Oh,
There's
good.
supposedly no cases and all that, rubbish, but um, and we got gyms open.
Good.
There's not really many restrictions here. You, I'm very, very blessed. We don't have to wear masks and stuff. It's just crazy, like how, yeah,
It's just in the bigger cities, then, right? Because I'm seeing videos of them,
yeah.
arresting pregnant ladies and all this stuff.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. I do have friends and family over in Melbourne, but I was actually on Jeff C's live show the other night as well, and
Oh,
I
great.
found him through you because
Oh,
I've
cool.
been trying to get on your show for a while, but I just got a bit unlucky with time and all that sort of stuff, and it just didn't work
Yeah.
out. But
In fact, Jeff and I are doing a show this week. I have to get back in touch with him, but go ahead.
yeah, no, that'd be awesome. I love you guys, and I also love Days as well.
They're all great. They're both great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I was talking to him, and I was just thinking because I don't know, like just some of the stuff is really sussed out because you know how some people are saying how they reckon lots of these news stories might be a bit scripted or something from
Sure.
Melbourne and all that to just scare people into. I don't know what you think of all that. Like,
Oh yeah, I know it's a possibility, and I've covered some of that throughout the years. I've had to be careful about how I label videos, but it has been covered with crisis actors and setups and fake, boom booms and stuff, and real ones, but they blame it on different people. In fact, YouTube removed one of those videos of mine recently, and it was just music showing, images of that stuff that's happened and how it's all. Every time we have a big event, all the way back to Oklahoma City bombing, it seems like right around that time, within 24 hours, the feds were having some kind of an exercise. It was basically the exact same thing. So we know what's really going on. But anyway, I put that up on my website and other places. Either way, I'm with the idea, that a lot of this stuff's
sure.
fake. A lot of Daily Mail stories, you'll find the 33 code constantly. So I know there's different ways they send messages out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, because the only reason, like, I kind of am a bit sus to it as well. Like, yeah, obviously, there's lots of things we don't know and all that, and but it just always like you, just keep an open mind and do different possibilities.
Yeah.
So, but I'm only just a bit sort of skeptical of it because I've got friends and family over in Melbourne, and obviously we're talking to them and asking them, what it's all like, and unless these are just very lucky people and not bad situations, but I've been talking to them like about how it all is all, and they seem to be telling me like, oh yeah, no, the police aren't actually very that bad, like what is showing on the news, and when I'm not wearing a mask and stuff, and apparently like they're not really freaking out. And yeah, all right, mate, just next time maybe, that kind of stuff. So I'm like, okay, like, yeah.
Good. Well, I'm glad you're telling us this. It's good to know that, because again, we know all the news is filtered, and anytime something's actually getting close to truth, it gets canceled and removed.
Yeah.
So that's important to hear these kinds of stories from people actually out there or connected to people out there.
Yeah, for sure. But like obviously the restrictions and stuff is real, and obviously that's very unfortunate and stuff. But like, yeah, I just thought I'd share that in a sense. Like it's So
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's all right. And but yeah, as I said before, very fortunate here. The only sort of thing with us is not being able to, with the regional borders being open, like we haven't been able to travel interstate for ages. Like considering the so-called cases and stuff we've had in Australia, which is just nothing compared to the rest of the world. The lockdowns are very harsh here, considering like the numbers and stuff they're giving us.
Yeah.
Compared to so. Like, because my sister lives in Western Australia and we haven't been able to see her for this whole year, and yet they've had like no cases and everything, and people are freaking out saying, well, surely we can cross borders between, Western Australia, SA, and stuff.
I'm curious too. You sound like you're probably in early 20s, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm 23. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm curious where you live and like just in your kind of general group of friends and acquaintances. Are there many people that are awake to the stuff we're awake to, or how's your experience like that?
Well, myself, I'm fairly new to like all this. Like, obviously, there's a lot I don't know and stuff, but I am obviously kind of, I am a follower of Christ and stuff. So obviously, I understand it's a
Perfect.
spiritual sort of warfare and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I've got I've got a couple of friends and family that are really into it and awake and stuff, but then you got the others that are because it's really weird. Like, because we're so um, because there's like no restrictions here and life's pretty much as normal. Like, it's kind of annoying because lots of people are more asleep because they just absolutely are not aware of what's going on around the world. That
Everything's
makes sense.
going good. Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. Sure.
Yeah, so a lot of people are kind of sheltered in a sense, and I try telling people, and they're like, "Oh yeah, whatever," like that you're just crazy and stuff, and they're kind of
Yeah.
all just worried about this small community sort of here, and um, but like, yeah, I do kind of keep my friendship circle sort of small, and I'm kind of, I guess I'm introverted, but also outgoing and stuff when
Same way.
you know,
So nothing wrong
yeah,
with that, man. It's same way. It's
yeah,
50-50. I went
yeah,
out, hung out with a bunch of friends recently for a couple days. It was great.
hmm,
And then I needed a few days just to be alone.
yeah, for sure.
you know.
So yeah, no, I'm definitely blessed. I've got some good friends. Obviously, some others I'm kind of like, yeah, no, I've had a
Yeah.
few times where I've gone to someone's house and you know
You feel
I just
weird there. You don't fit
yeah,
in.
and they're literally just sitting glued to the TV watching the news and stuff, and I just and
Yeah.
on this part of the world as well, like half the stuff, like all the BLM and the and just all this stuff, like we wouldn't even
Antifa.
know, yeah, we wouldn't even know what half that stuff is if we didn't watch the television and stuff because we're just so isolated from the rest of the world.
Well,
The rest of the
that's
world.
actually nice. That's why I always thought actually New Zealand I always thought it'd be a nice place to escape to, but I guess they realize how good they've
Even
got it
there.
there. And wouldn't it be cool?
Yeah, I have been to New Zealand. It's absolutely beautiful there, and I love it here as well. It's very privileged, man. Like the city here is very like it's a small sort of city, but it's still big enough, to go out and do things, and but 15 minutes from the city, you've got countryside and hills, and then the other 15 minutes the other way, you got beaches, and it's very
Nice.
very blessed, and I'm thankful to God every single day for that. And
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
so
I've always been interested in your country. I read a book when I was in the Coast Guard called Mutant Message Down Under from a lady that went down to Australia and she lived with the Aboriginal people, like the hardcore real Aboriginal people. This is years ago. I think it was in the 50s. And she just wrote about their everything, the way they lived, the way they survived, their
mm,
spirituality and all this. And just what an interesting culture, I thought. I know not everybody's Aboriginal out there. I know that's just a
yeah,
different, it's like the Indians in America, kind of, but I thought that was
yeah.
interesting. So sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I've got a friend that kind of did an experience like that where he lived with some Aboriginal people for a while, and he said that was really interesting. Yeah, but it's just it's just a shame what's going on with all these cities and stuff around the world because, like, I'm sure it is the same with down there in the US and Canada and all that, but even down here, like Melbourne's a beautiful place. Like, it's just a shame because I've been there multiple times and. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a shame what they're doing, how people can't freely enjoy what's, the beauty of, but, do you
It
know what I'm saying?
is, but yeah, I do. But as long as we keep it in perspective, and it's something I've said for years that I believe we are literally seeing that dividing line between good and evil,
Oh,
between
yeah.
God's kids and the devil's kids. So, unfortunately, fire will come, destruction will come, death will come. It's going to get ugly. It's going to get uglier. It already is ugly because
Mm,
it's a spirit that's being unleashed, and
definitely.
that's where it gets tough sometimes talking to people because some people love this world and don't want to hear this. They think it's bad news. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
good news, because I know what's coming and I'm already done with this world. I'm seriously like, and I was talking to some friends about, you still live here and you make your life and you're happy here, but
Hmm.
I'm not holding on to this place. I'm good to go. I'm ready to see the Lord. I'm ready to see what lies beyond. Even if we get to actually battle and fight fallen angels and demons, that'd be awesome. Ripping them into shreds and stuff. I have all these weird fantasies, but who knows?
Yeah, no, I get that for sure. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I'm aware that there's definitely a spiritual battle, and I'm aware of like what's to come. But
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. So
yeah,
let's just watch the show, man, and let's try to spread the good word and try to get people to Christ in the best way we
mm,
know how. And everyone has their ways to do it. And that's
yeah,
it,
yeah, and but it's just a shame though, because you even got I've got fellow Christians and stuff that even just hold so tightly onto this world, and it's like you
Oh,
just,
yeah.
and they just, yeah, it's all about money and material things, and
Yep. How you
especially
look.
like I said down here, how they're so sheltered here. They're worrying about all these. Oh, my son's going to uni. This, that. Oh, this new house. This, it. And I'm like, oh man, like,
Well, it's coming. A time's coming where everybody will be affected. I mean, they're already talking a lot about the Great Reset, and
oh,
I
yeah,
think that comes into Build Back Better, which I was talking about earlier. So,
mm,
we know a lot of these things are coming. That's why I tell people I do pray for a catching away. I pray for a
mm,
harpazo, what people call a rapture, and then I also pray that if I'm still here through everything, or we all are, that I'm prepared and ready to go. So I believe in getting prepared now for things, which I have been personally, not obsessing about it, but having
hmm,
stuff ready, and then
yeah,
just living our lives, man. You're continuing on. Don't even think
mm,
about your preps. I pray I never have to use stuff like that, but it's there.
yeah, for sure. Um, just quickly, because I know I've already taken a bit of the time, but
It's all
there
right.
was something I wanted to share, like sort of, 'cause- yeah, I just remembered this not too long ago, but it's kind of a spiritual sort of experience and how I kind of rem- remember and how I came to God, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Um, but I just remember like, so when I was younger, I would have these dreams like every single night, like non-stop every single night, to the point where I was like fearful of actually just going to sleep every day, and it was just a chore and a drag of sleeping every day, if that makes sense. Sorry. And I can't explain it, but those like black figures from Lord of the Rings, like the hoods and like the
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, like the ring wraiths, whatever you call them, like sort of those ghostly figures with the hoods on. Yeah, it was kind of like that, and just every single day that so something like that would try and come and abduct me and take me away. And once that happened, it would just, I don't know, just be a really painful sort of process and all that. And as a kid, it's very scary, and um, you try. Yeah, it's just weird, and I just remember always having to think the night before where I'm going to hide in the house, like in the dream and stuff.
No, it's
And
not. It's not crazy, but go ahead.
yeah, it just anyway. So yeah, I'll try and make it short, but yeah, just basically for ages and ages and ages that went on and on and on, and then until I just finally told my mum, um, and she was like, oh, really? That's not that good and stuff. She said, you know what? Next time, when you have that kind of dream, you know what you tell it. And I'm like, oh, like what? And she's like, you just say, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, be gone. And I was like, oh, okay, and stuff. And then that next night, like I had a dream, and then I was like in the front yard or something, and it was literally like 10 of them, like surrounding me, like in a big circle, and it was like the big climactic sort of finale. And I was just like, oh no, this is it. And then I just remember, oh sorry, and then I just remember like those words that my mum said in the dream. And I just like closed my eyes and then just said that, and then it just, lo and
Perfect,
behold, it
man.
just disappeared. I never had those dreams again. But then the funny thing is as well, the reason I kind of think like it made me think, oh wow, this must have been some sort of demonic sort of spirit over us, because we've had our whole previous history, yeah, previous history between my parents and their families and all that, and all this demonic sort of stuff. But and then I found out like a couple of years later that my sister had like the exact same situation and dreams and stuff, and just described it to a T exactly how I did. So I was like, oh wow, like
Wow.
what, like that just can't be a coincidence.
I don't think it is. It's because it is the same entities, and they can shapeshift, and I even believe that we may have actual footage of these things. I did a compilation a while back. There's 6 different times I put together that I could find. This is over a year ago. I bet there's new ones now. Actually, I know there are. I've seen some on the KG's What Happened shows, but it looks like that those black things from the Lord of the Rings, kind of like even like the ones from Harry Potter, the Reapers or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
And there's great footage of these things doing aerial maneuvers that aren't like planes. They'll go straight up, stop, turn 90 degrees, and then go along with planes. And and they look like they have a trail of just dark mist behind them. It's one of the creepiest things ever. But anyway, on that note, Will, I'll say, hey, thank you, man. Thanks for sharing, man. It's really nice talking to you out there.
That's all good. Yeah, no worries. Thanks so much for having me. Can I just share one real quick thing? Just
Of
real
course.
quick. I was just talking with Jeff C the other night with this. I'm not sure if you found out about it, but I just thought I'd let you know, because just keep your mind open with this. But you know how Sweden and stuff isn't having any lockdowns and all that stuff, and people are like, what's with that?
Yeah, they're claiming it's herd immunity.
Yeah, but I found out that they're fully cashless, and they're like one of the first countries that have been pushing the whole microchips in your hands and stuff, and they're already on it and buying stuff with microchips, and are just eradicating cards and stuff down there. So
wow. Well,
so
I knew I'd seen some stories about some of that out there, but are you saying they're all pretty much doing it now?
Yeah, well, yeah, from what I've heard and stuff and seen, I know it's cashless for sure. So I just look at that as a way as them saying, look at Sweden.
Right, exactly. Yep.
So
it's a good point, man. Thank you for that one.
I just thought I'd share that just to
That's a good one. Thanks, Will. And
No
hey, man,
worries.
take care out there. And yeah, once again, it's a real pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much.
No, likewise. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. And I'll give it another watch later on. And yeah,
sounds good. Take care, man.
You too, man. Thanks so much.
All right, man. Great calls here. So next up, that was now, there we go. Got that. Now we got Ryder coming up next. And like I said, here in a little bit, guys, I'll put that link back in for you. I've got 5 in the room now, so let me get through a few more and I'll put the link in there, okay? Ryder, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How's it going?
Oh, not too bad, man. Long time listener here. I've been listening to your show for a really long time, brother, so it's good to be on here.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, man, I just kind of wanted to talk about, I'm so surprised that, not a lot of people are really awake right now. You know what I mean? How have they pushed this so far? You know what I mean? How have they kept this going for so long? Literally, when all this first started happening, they were like, yeah, 2 weeks shut down, then everything will be back to normal. And here we are in, the 7th or 8th month. And everyone just seems to be so oblivious and, so ignorant to, what's happening. I go to the store and everyone's wearing a mask. You know what I mean? Everyone's enforcing these social distancing rules. There's things on the loudspeaker saying that you must wear a mask. You must stay 6 feet apart. It's crazy. And
you know what it is, though, right? You know what it is. We literally see that system being implemented like right in front of our face. And I feel you, man. I went and paid my water bill a few days ago. There's a water break we had over here, so I had to go to the actual place and pay it. And I had my stupid mask on halfway down my nose. The lady at the thing literally says, "I will not do business with you, sir, until you pull your mask up." First thing she says when she slides the window open. I do it and I'm nice about it, but as I'm walking out, kind of cursing under my breath, but I have to work on that. I have a bit of a temper sometimes with some of this stuff, but just giving it to the Lord, Lord, I'm giving it to you. But even that, it's like, it's like, I don't like being in this. I know what it is, but we have to exist in it. We have to have the right spirit about it. I pray about it constantly, and I do well, honestly. I can stay pretty calm and cool in this, but just like you, my friend, I'm experiencing it. But we know what it is. I mean, it's all these things we've been talking about for years here and preparing people for. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, I was making videos talking about movies and TV shows and how it all means the Antichrist. It's all preparing us for the Antichrist. And I remember the grief I would take for years personally. I don't hold on to that a lot, but I remember, okay, Tard and all that stuff. And the Antichrist, it's like, hello, now can you see? And I know they do. I know people are starting to see more. And I know we've gained some of those people that used to be mockers, at least here on my channel, because they've emailed me and said, man, I used to think you were a nut. It's like, well, good. I'm glad you're finally opened up to stuff. I might still be a nut, but not in that way. But anyway, man, go ahead. I'm sorry. Don't let me take your time, Ryder.
No, go ahead. It's crazy, how our society has been so socially engineered and through because you've been exposing it for a really long time, the movies and the music, the predictive programming, all of that has culminated to this big event. You know what I mean? This big thing that's happening.
Yeah.
Right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
it's crazy that people don't, they're like so oblivious. And I don't know if it's like all of like the social engineering and all that, because we know that like the deep state and the cabals have been poisoning our food for years, for decades, you know what I mean? They've been
Oh yeah.
poisoning our water, but now all of a sudden they have like our best health interests. Like that's like suspect at the least, you know what I mean?
Totally.
Like
Well, one of my guests and I were talking earlier, and that's one thing I mentioned it to them, and because it always comes to my mind in times like this, is that it is a narrow path. The Bible tells us finding Christ is a narrow path. When I was a kid and I used to hear that growing up in church, I used to think that the narrow path was because there were so many people that weren't going to my denomination, you know? But as I've
Yeah.
gotten older and a bit wiser, and I see the things I see, and now you and I are having this conversation, Ryder, and you're making the point. Like, why aren't people awake to Christ? Why don't people get it? Well, see, man, here we are. It's that narrow path. And there's people like you guys out there listening. There's people like me. We're all talking to our friends, our acquaintances, our family. We're trying, and some are making videos. Some are just talking to people, doing whatever we can. It doesn't matter. Not everyone has to have a YouTube channel to make a difference. But that's the awakening. And there's a lot of elements to the awakening that have helped. Even the Q movement, I always said, I think in a lot of ways it's a LARP. I don't trust big shady organizations that give me the truth. However, this is why I'm not black and white on things. However, there's a lot of great information that came out of that, a lot of truth about child kidnapping rings and things like this. So much so it's woken up hundreds of thousands, if not millions of more people. Of course, we don't want them just sucking it off of Q like, oh, that's the truth right there. Some will be. But some are wise enough to see, okay, you know, I'll dip into this. I'll find the truth, and, you know, and I'll understand it through my discernment and logic and reason. And it's a process, you know.
Here's the thing about like QAnon and like all that is like everything in our reality is really controlled. Well, what I've found is controlled by perception, right? Like they have to throw everything at you in order to get you to perceive that it's actually happening. See, we don't even need an event to happen anymore. As long as they create the perception that the event is happening and convince the public and convince the masses that it's actually happening, then they can make it to where it happened. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And that's the same way with the Q movement. The Q movement is like they had to get enough people on board and skew the perception that the Q movement was real and that they were actually going to do these things in order for it to actually be carried out, right? And that's the way that the dark side works, and that's the way that the light side works too, right? But unfortunately, a lot of the dark side has been using it to their advantage and not very much of the light. You know what I mean? Like,
I do.
Yeah. Yeah,
Go ahead.
It's crazy because like I was talking about like with the event, like with like the whole coronavirus thing, like here's kind of like what I found out is that coronavirus is real. Coronavirus is an actual real thing, right? It's a common cold. It's a flu type thing like that. You can look that up. That's what a coronavirus is, right? But then whenever they change it to something that doesn't exist and something that is made up and that isn't real, like COVID-19, you know what I'm saying? Like they throw in two lies and a truth, right? They have to start out with the truth, and then they morph it into a lie to continue it to keep continuing it to go, to get it to go, to get people to buy into it. You know what I mean?
I do. And as you said, we already see how many people are buying into this lie. This is giving us a foreshadowing of what the mark is going to be like and how so many will willingly take it. I know it's scary for some. This is crazy stuff, man. You know, trust me, you know, I've been in it for 14 years and I still acknowledge it's really wild, but I also pray and I'm like, Lord, thanks. Seriously, thank you for letting me be alive during this. We're seeing stuff that history has never seen before. It's coming. Right. You know what I mean? Like we're in that, and we get to play a role. We get to fight. You know, we get to try to help people find Christ, no matter what way it is. People have different ways of doing it. You know, a lot of people see my channel, Scariest Movie Ever, and they, you know, especially a lot of Christians and more religious type Christians, and they're going to think it's, oh my gosh, it's bad, but that's all a part of it, man. It's like I'm reaching people in the world. I'm not looking for the churchianities or even people who already have Christ. That's great. You don't need to see what I'm doing here. I always think I'm doing it more for the people in the world, but don't let me get talking about myself. But you understand what I'm saying. We're all in this. We're all fighting that.
Yeah, spreading awareness. That's really what your channel has helped me and helped a lot of people during their their spiritual awakening, because we really are in a spiritual battle, and I've gotten that a lot from you, like talking about we're in a spiritual battle, and I didn't really understand that until like this last year. And I was like, wow, this really is like a spiritual battle. Like there's literally a line drawn in the sand right now, like good against evil, and
how I'm sorry to cut you off. I was just going to ask, well, how are you doing and everything? Like, how's life for you? How are you hanging in there?
Oh, I'm doing actually really good. Like, well, I mean, it's kind of like a roller coaster, you know what I mean? Like, one day is like I'm really good and like everything is great, and I like I'm full of love and patience and everything, because I feel like that's where we have to really resonate in. Like we can't resonate in the division tactics that's put out there in the world, right? Like we can't resonate in the fear and the hate and the anger. We have to get into the love and gratitude and
and have empathy for the lost and the mind controlled, for real.
Yes, empathy. And it's crazy because over these past like, and it's weird because like a lot of times like I'll get like super like angry at like certain people, like especially on social media. I'm like, bro, like why don't you get it? Don't you understand like that there's like a huger agenda behind everything? Like all the mainstream is just agenda after agenda after agenda, like nothing happens by accident. It's all planned, and then I get frustrated in that moment. I'm like, hey, like, like I just want to like, shake them sometimes, you know what I mean? Like reach through Facebook and like shake them. But, like I really kind of stepped back from that and just like kind of really like send them love and gratitude, because like I could be there, like I could be that person. I could be the homeless person on the street. Like I could be anyone, anywhere, I don't even, it's crazy. Like, I just try and send them love and gratitude, and because like that's what the demons and the fallen angels, like that's what they hate the most, is like love and gratitude. And
Yes.
when you resonate in that love and gratitude, they just like shrivel away. They're just gone. Like they can't even touch you anymore.
Great point. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh no, it's no. I was just saying it's a great point. I agree with you.
Yeah.
And what else you got? Anything else on your mind?
Really, I think that everything, it comes down to like perception, just like what I was talking about, and how we beat like the dark side and the negative side and the cabal, is that we have to control our reaction and control our emotions, right? Like it's no wonder like they've been building up like this race war and like this divide and conquer thing for a long time, what I mean? And no wonder that the coronavirus hit and everyone was indoors, and then everyone was getting an extra $500, in the United States a month on their unemployment, so no, and they're sitting at their home. They don't have any of these distractions. They're not allowed to like go out and go to the movie theater. They're not allowed to go to the bar and drink or go bowl or do whatever they're able to do outside of their home, and they're stuck inside their home, and they see someone being killed by the police on their telephone. No wonder they went out there and rioted, you know what I mean? But they don't even tend to like go back and like look at like the cause or like why that happened and why they were having that reaction, right?
That requires logic and reason, and that's pretty much out the door now, because you're right on that. And it's also, a lot of it is, I've said before, that a lot of it is really what happened to the education system in America for the last decade, specifically under Obama, with all the changes to Common Core and all this. And we know that's a real thing. There's tons of videos you can find where teachers are even complaining about having to teach this stuff to their kids throughout the years. But so they were systematically dumbing down this past generation. And now that's why you have all these young. It's funny because BLM, a lot of the time, the riots and the worst people are white kids in their early 20s or late teens, But yeah, it's the program is on. The mind control's been in for a long time, for many years. And I've been fighting against it myself for many years, trying to wake people up to things. So many other great people are doing the same stuff as well. There's people all over the world doing it, all different websites. And that's the way we've had to reach the world is, use the beast system to get people. But yeah, no, it's, I always have to keep in mind again, we can't save everybody. And it really is a time where everything's being divided right down the middle. And we're seeing those who are choosing God and we're seeing those who aren't. And it doesn't mean they're completely lost. I don't like that idea. I don't revel in the idea of people suffering after they die and being separated from God for eternity. I think that's a terrible thing. But at the same time, we balance it out with the idea that you certainly can't save them all. Some people seem to be destined for destruction. It's what they want. It's what they crave. They have that spirit upon them. I pray everyone gets a chance to understand Christ can free them. Most of them may already know that. Some of them were probably raised in religious households. I don't know how it all plays out, but I do know that I literally see people just possessed by this stuff in the real world. Not all the time, but every now and then, and I can just see it. But I also see tons of good people, tons of light, Go ahead.
And it's crazy because like, dude, we have like all of the information like in our fingertips. You know what I mean? Like we can research, we can dig, we can do all of those things, right? And it's like people still like refuse to do it,
I know.
It's like there's not an excuse for it anymore. It's not like we're living in the 1800s or even the early 1900s when you had to go to the library to get a book to find out any information. Now we have it all like in our fingertips.
Oh yeah, this is prophesied in Daniel. I believe that's what this is all about: computers and instant knowledge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I feel like they've like the deep state and the cabal was trying to to use the internet and the phones and everything for like their purposes, which they've ultimately succeeded. But I feel in a small way it's really backfired on them to where they have to go out and shadow ban people. They have to completely censor people. They have to completely take down their channel off of YouTube. They have to fact check people. Like what would be the need to do any of that stuff if there was no truth in any of what's being said?
You're right. It's the Antichrist spirit, man, and it's moving against truth in every way. And you're right. They screw with everyone's channels and this channel a few years ago, for years, it used to get hundreds of thousands of views every video and up to millions. And I'm not being a view queen here because I'm okay. I had to let that go, but that's one of the things YouTube did is stifled a lot of our reach. I still like to think that we're still being seen by people. They just won't show us the numbers because I want to know that we're still having impact. And I know we do because I'll see comments from new people all the time. But that's a part of the battle. Yeah, we're fighting on their systems. So that's why so many great channels have been ripped down. There's so many of the channels I've been sub to over the last couple of years are just gone.
Yeah, I miss the days when you could go into YouTube and like go down like a crazy like rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Like on the bar on the right, like you could type in whatever you want, and then like there's 20 other related videos that you can just keep going down, and every other video that you went to gives you new and better information. Like I would be stuck in my house, like just like going down YouTube rabbit holes for like hours, and now they've completely made that impossible. Like even the people that I have like subscribed to like on YouTube, like don't even come up in like the suggested like bar on the right anymore. It's like all these like random like videos, dude, and it's crazy.
Oh yeah, mainstream stuff usually. Well, I've got tons of playlists on my channel if people want to go look at them. A lot of them are from all the way back to 2012, but even there you can see lots of the videos have been removed through the years, so it's a part of it. But anything else on your mind, Ryder? What else you got for us?
I really think that's it, brother. I appreciate you a lot, and
You're welcome.
Keep doing what you're doing, and I'm going to try and get something together soon too, because I really feel like now is the time to like keep pushing, you know what I mean? Like and not give up and keep going and don't stop no matter what. Keep spreading truth. Keep talk to your family, talk to people in stores, you know what I mean? When you go to the grocery store and you can make some kind of like comment, you can be like, hey, all this is like nonsense, right? And even if they don't agree, it'll get them thinking. It'll plant a seed in their mind, and they'll be maybe later on, whenever they go home, they'll be like, you know what, like maybe this is, nonsense. Maybe so
that's
like
a good point.
I feel like we just have to keep pushing and go even harder than we've ever gone before. That's why like I'm gonna try and start a YouTube channel here soon, and like start a Facebook and Instagram, and just get like, even if people don't even listen, dude, it doesn't even matter. Like,
They'll
even
find
if
you.
like I don't have like
You'll
even if I don't have like a hundred subscribers, or even if I have like 1 or 2 subscribers, it doesn't matter. Like, I put the information out and I did what I could,
There you
like,
go.
and I think if everyone just did that, like, it would make a huge difference and impact the collective in crazy ways.
I love it. That's great advice, man. Thank you, Ryder. And it's been a pleasure, man. I appreciate you. Some great points there. And thanks for spending some Monday night with us.
No problem, brother. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, man. It was great. I'll tell you who's up next. We got Andrew, Andrea, Scout Dog Tom, Emily, Skylar, and Matt, Blake. Hey, Blake. And then Andrew. And I'll go through a few more of these folks. And then I'll put the link back in the chat, and we'll go here a little bit longer, man. This has been great so far. I love these things. And thanks again for you, all of you who are joining in or just listening. I appreciate you. Andrew, you're up next.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm great, thanks.
This is crazy. No, I just started watching you probably like a couple months ago. My uncle, he sends me all these videos, and I
tell him thanks.
How I do all the time, because he still sends them to me, even like older videos and stuff that I haven't seen. He still sends them to me.
Cool.
But
that's a cool uncle.
Yeah, he is. He's actually the reason, because like I was never religious or spiritual or anything. I was actually one of those stuck in the hive mind, you know what I mean? Like, in that beast system. I was like selfish, and I always had like bad thoughts and believed in aliens, and
that's so wise of you to see that. I appreciate that about you, man. That's great. Go ahead.
It's it's like, now I look at it, because now it's the opposite. Like, everything I used to believe then is now like flipped over.
Ah, that's beautiful. You just described the awakening. Isn't it a great well, it's a hard process. Did you go through the 5 stages of grief, or did you just kind of go with it?
I'm not sure if I went through the 5 stages. It was, I moved in at that uncle's house, and he is like, if you meet him, you just know, like, he's just like really right with God and stuff. And I got there, I didn't believe it, but then he started showing me, videos on YouTube about Illuminati and stuff. And I started going down, like the previous gentleman described, down the rabbit holes. And I was like, man, it's so obvious. Like, they just put it out there.
Yes.
For you to see, like, point blank, telling you all the time.
And that's why for so many years before we were awake, we would tease our friends that would show this to us. So, dude, I saw that in a movie. Okay, whatever. That was in a TV show. Really? They're going to put vaccines on us? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's one of the systems like that they use. They put it into movies because people say, oh, it's a movie. It's not real. That's the first thing that comes to their mind.
Right. Right.
And one thing that's like on my mind tonight is, a week ago, the History Channel, and you know how much impact they have on knocking down religion.
Sure.
And they just put out a video called The New World Order.
I wonder if I saw that. I think we may have seen something. I saw something older, but it was a total debunking of the Illuminati and Freemasons in America. But go ahead.
Yeah, now they got one to come out a week ago. They put it up on their channel on on YouTube. It's called The New World Order, and the geologist, he goes to the Denver airport and is like talking to them, and how they have the Freemason little like stone there where they talk about the New World Airport. And
same thing. I did. That's the one I watched. Did he have pepper hair, like black and white hair?
Yeah, I think so. And then he went to Georgia and visited the
oh yes, the Guidestones. Okay,
yes.
Same one. Keep going though.
And I actually live in Georgia right now, and I've been here on and off, and I've never heard of those. All these videos I've looked up, and I have never heard of those.
Wow.
until this video. And I was like, man, why haven't I went and seen these,
Right. Now I've put it in videos, but it's, all my stuff is hidden, you know what I mean, in every video throughout the years, but I'm glad you found it. That's a really important one to see, to understand, hidden in plain sight, but please continue.
But I was actually the one on one of your very previous videos with the TV show. What is it? Unity?
Oh yeah. Utopia.
Oh yeah. Utopia. Yeah. Where they had the sun and right next to it had the sign that said Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Y'all saw that. That's in my audience. It's so awesome. I missed the Satan next to it. But see, that great catch, guys.
Yeah,
y'all see it.
I was the one that commented on your video that.
Oh, good one. Okay, thank you.
I was like, it was just sitting there for a second. I was like, that literally just says Satan.
Right there. I know. It killed me that I missed it, but thank you for pointing. I remember your comment.
And it's just. I'm actually in the Army right now, and I was trying to comment under that,
cool.
But a lot of people were commenting on the videos. I was trying to get it in there, but like, just how to actually handle it now, because I'm sitting here every day thinking that they're about to like send me out to go control riots and stuff.
Have they talked about that? Has your commanders talked about that, or your whoever's in charge?
When I left AIT, they were telling us to be ready for anything, but when I was in AIT was actually when this whole crown virus started coming around.
Wow.
And like they were just like they were kind of downplaying it, like they weren't serious about it. They were telling us masks don't work.
Right.
Our drill sergeants and stuff were telling us masks don't work. They said it's like pointless to wear a mask. They said stay 6 feet away, you had to keep the distance because of coughing and stuff. That makes sense. But the masks, they were like, that doesn't work.
Right.
And I hate.
Has that changed? Are they making y'all wear masks now, or?
Actually, I can't even go to my unit now. We do online battle assemblies.
Do you like it better that way?
I mean, it's kind of boring. I guess. I mean, the stuff that they're teaching us, I try to retain the knowledge. They try to teach us about like convoys and all that other military stuff. I actually try to learn it, but it's just weird. I'd rather kind of go in. I have a job that I actually have to do, but I can't do.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are dealing with that. Well, thanks for your service, by the way. I served 8 years in the Coast Guard. It's a little different, of course, but that's really cool. How long you been in?
I've actually been in a year and 4 days.
Cool, man. Congrats. And you're liking it?
Oh yeah. I went to basic training last year on October 8th, and I feel like I couldn't have went in at a better time.
Great.
I got to go home on Christmas and see my grandparents and stuff, and
good.
Went back out to AIT January 1st. And like I almost got stuck there because of all the airports were closing. I was like, man, what's going on? I was like, I'm not even gonna be able to go home. And I
know that's the scary stuff. That's why I've changed some personal. For a while, I was thinking of the RV life, but there's a few factors I want to stay where I'm at now. But that's one of them, is that they could very easily start putting states in a lockdown. They did it in my state for polio, like I don't know, 70 years ago or something. But anyway, the point is the precedent's been there. We already know they can do it, and the crown virus is the perfect excuse for them to start really enacting. I see it as them enacting or activating the FEMA regions. There's 13 in America, but they can start breaking it down into that. You can't cross certain state lines unless you get your papers. And so if I get to deal with all that crap, I'd rather at least be here to help my family. If we got to be through this, I always pray for the harpazo and the catching away. I don't want to be here for what's coming. We know what's coming, but hey, if we got to do it, we got to do it,
Exactly, man. And like the first things I did when I got home, I finally got home, I was hanging out with my mom and stuff. The first things I did was go and buy some guns.
There you go. I've got a rifle about 2 months ago myself.
I've had it I've had mine about 5-6 months. I just went and got a handgun, and I got my concealed carry when I got home.
Nice.
Just because like everybody's going crazy now. Everywhere you
go.
I
know. And I don't know about you, but I even prayed after I brought the rifle home. Because I had guns, but they were stolen when I lived in Costa Rica, and I hadn't had guns for the last few years. But I got the rifle. and I prayed, and I'm like, Lord, seriously, I hope I never have to use
Oh
this.
gosh.
Right, that's the goal. I've got it
Yes.
hidden. It's loaded. We're good to go. But I pray I never think about it, But if something bad happens or someone tries to break down the door, then we're going to use it,
Yeah, and that's another thing, because I do have it, my handgun when I go around, and I conceal it. I don't let anybody know I have it. It's how easily people are actually using them now. Like someone, like you got a case of road rage, and people are pulling out handguns and like a video of this guy firing through his car window while he's driving.
Man, I wanted to show you all that on my last KG's What Happened, and I couldn't. I just had to kind of walk y'all through it. But yeah, I saw that one, and that's absolutely bonkers. The guy, it was like right out of a movie.
Yeah, and the guy in front of him, granted, they showed it in slow motion and stuff, and it looked like he flashed a handgun out the window, possibly. Even if he did, it's still like people are using them in any instance. You get in an argument, people pull out guns.
I know, it's sick.
They've made it so normalized to use them.
But in a way, don't you kind of think that it's also a sign of people's hearts waxing cold, like the Bible told us, and feet rushing to wickedness, and people's thoughts all day long are just about evil?
Yes.
And I see that's what it is in people. That's why I always say there's that dividing line, and we have the awareness of that even in ourselves. There's times I feel fleshly about this stuff. There's times I want to make a scene and say something to somebody, but I never do it. It's like, it's just, that's fleshly stuff, and we don't operate on that,
Yeah, and like I said, I'm fairly new to the whole thing. I haven't read the Bible. I'm more like, I just don't like reading, to be honest.
Well, I'll tell you something too, Andrew, is that people have assumed I know the Bible back and forth, and I don't. And I've prayed about it. Lord knows I have trouble sitting there and just studying the Bible all day long. There's areas I go to that are scriptures that make me feel better. That's right. Something, or a lot of what Jesus wrote, the red letters, if you will, in the Bible, or what he said. But I don't know the Bible back and forth, but my whole thing is I was raised in religion. I went through tons of churches when I was in the military by myself, or if I was dating a girl, I'd take her with me, but I was going to different denominations for years. I was in a cult in Maui, Hawaii for almost a year. So I've been through it with religion, and I'm just done with it. I've been done with it for a long time, but I don't tell people get out of it, because I also believe there's millions of wonderful, truly good-hearted people in churches all around the world. Even though the church may be bad or have some weird dogma, I still know and God knows that. He separates his kids. He knows, I'm rambling. Sorry.
And no, you're fine. That's why I got on here to actually like talk to you about stuff.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and so I got the audio book saved on YouTube. So that's what I like when I go ride around.
Good.
I'm just stuck at home all day. I'm one of those people that's just having to draw unemployment because I'm in the reserves. Because I was going to school to be an electrician. Oh yeah, well, good. Like, at least but you're making it. You can pay things, and you're okay, right? Yeah. Saving money and stuff.
And I was going to say quickly, I guess the point I was trying to make earlier, I never finished my point, but it's that some of the most wicked people I've known have been people that know the Bible back and forth. So I'm just saying that I've never seen that as something you have to have, to be good or to be right with the Lord. I know it helps. I would tell people you should, do it and pray about it and all this. But like I said, I have to be honest. I don't know it all, and I don't feel bad about that. I know some people may think that's bad, but I know what I need to know. I know he's with me. He talks to me in weird ways, like the way I do kind of weird videos. Well, I live this life, and he shows me the numbers for 111. I've seen since 2012. I still get them constantly. Every time I look up, I say, Father, hi. Thank you. I just see it as him as showing his presence, but anyway, we all have our path and our walk. We all have our own relationship with the Lord. He talks to us differently. You're going to start seeing it now more and more that you're opening your mind up to it. You're going to see some amazing things, and just know it's not a coincidence when these things start happening. That's, you have it already. Good.
Go. Ever since, because I still remember the first time where I actually he was there, that I asked for, because a lot of people ask for a lot of stuff and they expect it to just happen and stuff like that. But, it comes later. It comes in different ways, all these different ways of him talking to you. But I actually had an impacted wisdom tooth, and it was growing in sideways into my molar. And it was causing me so much pain I was crying at night. I was like rubbing my jaw on the floor, just it hurt. And one night I just sat there. I just kept just like begging. I was just begging. I was like, please just make it stop so I can go to sleep. And it hadn't stopped for 3 or 4 days. And it like instantly, right then, every single bit of pain disappeared.
I love it.
Just and I was so amazed. Like that's when I flipped. That was the
Really?
time I flipped.
That's so great, man. That's great.
I started going to church. It was the only church that I actually felt, normal in. Like I went to a lot of churches, and in basic training, I went to every religious gathering, all of the Jewish ones. I even went to a pagan one just to hear what they were talking about. And I was like, okay, so y'all like rocks. That's nice.
Yeah, right. They worship the sun. Okay, whatever, and the moon.
That was
and the earth.
That was my turning. But there's something else on my mind. Have you seen the Walmarts? What they're doing in these Walmarts, like putting up the gates and stuff?
Yeah. Now I put a little clip in one of my videos recently of a guy that was in Walmart filming the cameras or filming him, and it was showing on the cameras the facial recognition. Hey man, I went to Walmart recently. I'm into gardening. We'll say I got a few plants and stuff. I went there to get some stuff. And as I was going through, I hadn't noticed before, but now they have all that crap where it's looking at your face and shows the box if you pull the mask. On a big screen. On a big screen. Well, they're total. You remember you're new to this, but a few years ago, suddenly all around America, all these Walmarts were shutting down, claiming they had plumbing issues. And this was all around America, all over the place. And they were just vacant and getting cleaned out, and they haven't been put back together yet. They're all over America. But a lot of people think that they're getting ready. There's also underground tunnels connected to some of these Walmarts. If you didn't know that, it's pretty wild.
Of course.
You know that. So they're already getting that kind of holding cells ready, if you will. I mentioned earlier when I went to the theater recently, and then a few days after I saw the news where they're shutting down Regal. So they're going to shut down hundreds of theaters, if not thousands, around America. And, is that getting ready for more storage units for humans? I don't know, yes. or here's the really sinister thing. I thought of this when I was in the theater, and this is just the way I think. I can't stop thinking about this stuff. It's who I am. But I was sitting there in the theater, and I thought, because there's hardly anybody there's two of us in the freaking theater. And I was thinking, again, what if they're shutting all this stuff down and it's just dying away? Because someday this will be where the public goes to watch videos from the Antichrist or something, like in public, like messages from the Antichrist on the big screen. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's how my mind works, but I wouldn't put it past them.
But as the hive, the mob, that mindset that they have, they don't have it in that way. Well, I mean, some of them are out there talking about, death to America, worshiping Satan and the whole Baphomet statue and stuff. But a lot of them are just like people who are just brainwashed.
Yeah, totally.
They don't believe in just Satan or nothing. Some of them even say that they're Christians, and they could be, unless they're out there doing like all the bad stuff.
I think some of those might even be calling themselves Christians because of how watered down Christianity is, and how it's a kind of a fake version of really following Christ. Because Christmas is not Jesus's birthday. I mean, it's most likely 9/11. From several people I respect have figured that one out, and it seems to be more true. And also that how sinister is that they would have launched this great huge ritual in front of public, 9/11, when it's actually Jesus' birthday, killing all these people and everything. So that's where we start getting a little bit crazier and deeper. And we know Easter, of course, is Ishtar and has nothing to do with the egg. Jesus has nothing to do with this stuff. So we know that's the watered down kind of version of what Christianity is. And the real version is your own personal relationship through Jesus Christ, because we have to go through the Son to get to the Father. And that's it. You can talk to him all day long, like I do. I'm probably sound like a nut walking around here all day, but I do. Talk to the Lord all day long. You've got him through Christ, man. It's beautiful. And man, we're connected to the creator of everything. How can we be depressed?
Yeah, I mean, I still do. I'm only 23.
I understand.
I still get in those moments where I'm sitting here, like these other people have said, they feel alone.
Yeah.
And I do sit here and, like you said, like probably sound like a nut, but you're not a nut.
Yeah.
You're just talking to him, like asking him, I really just ask more questions than anything. Like, you know, just like why are you letting this stuff happen? Like, I understand you've been said it. It's a plan. It's all meant for, you know, for the better. And I was just like, it's just weird.
It is weird, and that's where you'll start learning about that, and you will, you know, because these videos I do and all that, that's all a part of it. It's just a small part of, I think, people's awakening. Then they can find people who preach the gospel, or better yet, read the Bible for yourself, and you know, and really just start learning, and then asking those questions, and you'll start finding the answers. I have my ideas on it, but there's people out there who could give you a better breakdown biblically of what it all means and why, you know, but I accept it because I know it has to happen.
Right.
And I have a lot of different theories on why, but that would be a long conversation. But you will find the answer, and I know you will, man. And I love it. You're young. I always love talking to you guys and gals in your early 20s, late teens who are awake, man. And I know it can be even more lonely for you sometimes because, you know, we're also in a flesh suit that's very carnal, and we want to do carnal things, and we want to, you know, so we struggle with this stuff, and it's all just a part of it. You know, it's all a part of that, of trying to walk the walk. But just understand, and I think you already know that, you'll never be perfect. You're going to slip up. We're going to do sins sometimes. You're going to be naughty, you know, but we keep trying to get back on that path, right? And just follow. And that's what it is. We're good.
And that's one of the other ones, guys you talked to today. He pointed it out, was like, this battle, like I never felt this battle between like that spirit and the flesh. You know, because at one point I was sitting there when I was stuck in this loop. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get, you know, like all tatted up and and all this stuff. And I have one tattoo which I got in when I was in that mindset, and then now I had the battle. It's like one day I wake up, I'm like, yeah, I really want these tattoos and stuff, and then I'm just like, no. Like it's like you can tell, like in movies and in cartoons, they show it, like the little devil pops up on your shoulder and then the angel pops up on your shoulder.
Yeah,
they're telling you, like, yeah, you have a battle. It's like you have like a holy decision, or you have a
all the time,
you know,
and that's literally within us. We all have that good and evil in us, and that's why Jesus is the key out, right? It's the key,
right?
You know, to give us away from that flesh, but. You're right, man. Yeah, you know, I got one tattoo when I was in the military. It's the only tattoo I've got, and it's a huge warrior female angel on my right shoulder holding a sword. And this is years ago, before I even knew what angels really looked like. They don't look like that. You know, there's a lot of interesting descriptions of what they are, and they could be horrifying. Actually, they're described to some people as being terrifying when you first see an angel. But anyway, but I'm still glad I did. But even back then, before I was awake to all this stuff, and I was about your age, probably 22, 23 or so when I got this tattoo. I was in San Diego. I was in the Coast Guard. We went down there for training with the Navy for 3 months. But even back then, man, I was talking to God. I was a nut. You know, I've always talking to God ever since I was a kid. Personally, I had a relationship with him through Christ, and I've always known. I got saved and baptized when I was 11, but I've always been with him, man. And that even though it's a goofy tattoo, I still think it's a goofy tattoo now, but it means something. It really is that angel on my shoulder. I've always known I've had my angel with me, or my angels from the Lord with me, and I've had a job to do. And now I'm rambling, but anyway, go ahead, Andrew.
You're good, man. It's I mean, I wasn't with God at all. Like there was nothing there. Like I didn't have the connection. I was completely in. You know, I was like, you know, oh yeah, I was one of those people where, oh, I believe in something. You know, like, oh, there's something out there. I don't know what, but.
Well, biblically, people like you a lot of times turn out to be the strongest, best leaders for Christ. You know that?
I've had this conversation with my cousin, because he has the same thing. Like when you feel the war between it, it's like in my own heart and in mind, I'm like, there's no way I was put here to just like live my life. It's like, I know like there's something in this battle. I was like, I feel, and you got into like your old fantasies before, like slaying the demons, you know, like, like the spiritual war and stuff. And, you know, I have that same thing. I'm like, I really feel like the reason God is like fighting for my soul, trying to get my attention, is because he wants me for something like that. Like I can just be a warrior. You know what I mean? Just something like that. It's like, I have those fantasies too. It was pretty funny whenever you brought it up. I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool.
We might be, man. Like when this is all over, we may be in our new bodies and have armor, and flying through the air. And I always picture like putting one hand in the demon's mouth on the top and the other hand on the bottom and just ripping their jaws open. It sounds terrible, I know, but I'm also a writer. So my imagination just goes crazy with stuff like that. But no, man, I love it, Andrew. And like I said, I think it's great. Even your background with being a non-believer, look up Paul, of course, is a good example. And King David is a good example just off the top of my head. But there's plenty of examples of people who had nothing to do with it, wasn't spiritual at all. And then bam, like in you had that changeover and now you're seeing it work in your life. You're learning, and just God bless you, man. Good luck with it. You'll do great.
Oh, I mean, well now I appreciate it too. But now, like, my Bible, like it literally stays on my bed. Like I sleep, like my M4 sits on my bed. And so is my Bible. It's like, I mean, I'm just out here by myself.
Good. That's probably why he's doing that for you. He wants to spend time with you.
And everywhere, like whenever I go ride around, I keep like a little miniature Bible in my backpack. Like I don't even like to go anywhere without something like that.
I love it. I love it, Andrew. You're on that path, man. I can't wait to see what he's got for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But
You're welcome.
Back to
Go
the
ahead.
Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart. Sorry.
I don't know about where you're at, but I know the Walmarts here, they have like their gates that you have to walk in the store through, and they close behind you, and you can't walk out that way. You have to walk out through the self-checkout area.
Oh, no,
aisle.
I see.
And like those are in my Walmarts now. Like when you have a buggy, you go, the gates open, you walk through them, and then they close behind you, and you can't walk back out through them. Like even if you go in there and you're like, oh, I don't want to buy anything now, you have to go walk all the way through the self-checkout line, and then now they're scanning like receipts at the doors. They're stopping everybody.
Yep, we're literally seeing the beast system fall into place. It's crazy.
The first time I seen the gates, I was like, this is gonna be a FEMA camp.
Right.
That's
what Well, the ones near me, they used to have 2 entrances. Now they shut one off, and you can only go in and out the same entrance.
Yeah.
And that's
they
it.
Just opened up the other entrance at the Walmarts near me. They're getting like, I don't know, less caring about the whole mask and stuff now. They still want you to keep your distance from people, but sometimes I go in there without the mask. But I'm just waiting for that one person to run up to me with their phone out.
Yeah.
Start yelling at me. And honestly, I've thought about this situation a million times over. I'm probably just gonna say like, I love you guys. Just walk off like, I love you. Appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah, I love you in Christ, and see ya, or whatever,
and walk off.
And hey, like I never try to act like I'm a prophet and can see exactly what's happening and coming, but I'd like to think that even if things clear up somehow and we go back to normal someday, I mean, I'm open to all possibilities. It's just when I look at the things I look at, of course, I see that we're really in that season and it's all going down. Like sometimes I think within the next 3 years or so, and then sometimes I feel like it could be in a month. With everything happening in Israel, and it's just very interesting. But it's exciting as long as we keep it in perspective. We don't get depressed. We can't. Oh man, what about the old world? But I wanted to do this, and I wanted to go to university, and I wanted to. It's time to. No, this is a time like in the situation God has you in. There's millions of people in that, and I think it's because He wants to spend time with everybody, and people have a chance now to make the right choice.
I mean, and like I said, Revelations is probably the one I've listened to the most. Like had it on just replay.
Always my favorite too.
Over and over again, because that is what I feel like I'm in. Everything that is being described, I'm seeing it. I'm watching it with my own eyes as I walk around and look on my phone. I see all this stuff happening, and then my uncle pointed this out to me. He was like, how it talks about the trumpets sounding.
Yep.
Like
And did you hear about? Have you seen all the videos of the weird trumpet sounds?
I've seen those a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Some overseas, but if you take Donald Trump and Mike Pence, their campaign's name is Trumpets.
Yep, that's a big one, isn't it?
It like he pointed out. I was like, man, that's pretty crazy.
But there's also the book from 1900 called The Last President about a Trump, and there's even barons in there. I mean, there's so much stuff. And another one of those, I
That
mentioned
one's a deep rabbit hole.
it's a deep rabbit
That
hole,
one-
dude.
that one's deep.
And Tesla, yeah, that's all really interesting stuff. But
Yes.
and there's a couple statues of Donald Trump. I've pointed some of those out in the past from history. They look just like Trump. It's weird, but regardless, there was earlier in the show I was talking to somebody about children talking about their dreams, and this one little girl was talking about some of this stuff as well, like with Trump and everything. And she actually said that she's the one that said she saw people getting the vaccines, children, and their arms started changing colors and getting longer. Is weird. And then she said that Trump was going to be the last president, that he's going to get reelected, and then he'll be the last American president. So
that's believable to me, because
it is.
If when I think about it, no other Republican Party president is going to have the attention that Trump has had, right? So
yeah, he's destroyed the right-left paradigm. Honestly,
yeah,
whether he meant to or not, he did.
There's no one. So, like, in my opinion, no one's going to be able to step up after that. So, as you know, as the Republican Party goes, they're not going to win after that. Like,
yeah, well, they've never been fighters. That's the thing in America. You know that in America. That's why it's always been left basically running everything, even when it's been. And Bush is from a demonic family, so he's no better.
Yeah, and I think it was I forgot what year it was. I think it was 2000 when the Republican Party took the stars on their elephants, flipped them upside down.
You bet. That's it.
And then now this whole D2 America for the Democratic Party, when you turn it sideways, it's the inverted star, and it's literally death to America. Like,
you know what else is crazy with that? Sorry, quickly, is that, and I just found this past week. I wish I'd seen it because I did a video called 2020 Year of the Baphomet, and I showed a lot of the symbols. Well, man, I just found one this past week that it's a Donald Trump hat. It's red, white, and blue. It's got all the stars upside down all over the front of it. Now, he didn't design it. I don't know who designed it, but it's got all the stars upside down, and the eagle is headless. It's got a headless eagle in the center of it. It's totally Death of America. Now, again, I don't know who designed it. I don't know why it was a part of his stuff that you could buy, but it's another one of those signs. The symbols, as I've said for years, it always fills in the gaps, doesn't it? Tells the rest of the story.
Yeah, like it's insane what they actually do, because a lot of these like Illuminati stuff and all that, it's like it centers around like Egypt, you know what I mean, like Egyptian, like the Eye of Ra and all that stuff. And that's how they wrote. They used like hieroglyphics, symbols.
Yeah, and they were being run by fallen angels and antichrists.
Exactly. They like, and it's just crazy how that Anubis statue video that you put.
Isn't that nuts? The COVID-19. Yeah.
I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, and then I've been doing shorter videos on my website, and I don't know if you saw this, but if you divide 2020 by 666, you get Joe Biden's text number for his campaign and a bunch of 33s.
What?
Yeah, man. In fact, anybody listening, I don't broadcast this much. I've been busy on my website. I've been uploading videos directly to there and embedding them there that I can't put on YouTube, and just things I don't want to put on YouTube. So I have a link below to whoiskgosborne.com. Check it out. But yeah, that's one right there, man. And the 33s that has been coded all around the crown virus the whole time. So yeah, and 33, of course, is the highest degree of masonry.
Right.
The death of Christ. It's a magic number in a lot of ways.
One of my friends, and he's not into it. His family is actually tied. He has a Freemason Bible.
Those are wild.
And it's signed from all the years it's been passed through. And the town that they're actually in used to have a Freemason gathering spot in the town, and his family is like so connected.
Hopefully they're good guys and gals if they're Eastern.
I went over
Star.
there, like I don't think they're off, sacrificing and drinking the blood of children.
There's a difference.
Like these crazy ones are in Hollywood.
Yeah, but, big difference.
But I mean, they're definitely like through the connected version of it, where they're not going to have to worry about paying their bills.
That's true. They look out for each other. Well, exactly. Hey, Andrew. Man, I better move on. I just realized we've been talking for a while and it's been smooth. That's all of y'all, man. I could keep on talking to you guys, and I sorry to have to move on, but man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it's fine. I ain't really been looking at the time. I'm just sitting here talking.
I know I do that too, but then I look down. I'm like, oh, there's people waiting, and I got to keep going. But man, you're awesome. I'm loving where you're at. I'm loving the work the Lord's doing in your life. I feel it, man. I can see it just from you talking to me about it, and just keep on moving, man. You're great. I'm you'll be able to help some friends and family. Maybe just keep on trying and hang out with that cool uncle of yours, and it's going to be good.
Hey, you too, man. Keep putting these videos up. I really love these videos.
Thank you, Andrew. I will, and take care of yourself. Okay.
Hey, you too, man.
Okay. See you later. All right, man. That was Andrew. So here's the lineup, guys: Scout Dog, Tom, Emily, Andrew, Dawn, Blake N, and Andrea. Guys, thanks again for your patience. I appreciate you, okay? Going to keep on moving. I'm going to get a few more guests on. Then I'm going to put the number or the link back into the chat for y'all. And we'll just kind of see where this goes, okay? Going with the flow as we do. Scout Dog, how you doing, sir?
Hi, KJ. I'm great, thanks.
Oh, sorry, man. I can't hear you.
Oh,
there you are. Okay, good. Now I can hear you. Good,
right.
Man. No, you're okay.
Great. Thanks for having me, KJ.
So how's life? How's things treating you?
Oh, wow. That's a loaded question.
Hey, you're welcome.
There's a lot going on in life.
You hanging in there okay?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
thanks
go
to
ahead and
our
tell
Lord
us.
and Savior, Jesus Christ. Yes, absolutely. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and I wanted to say congratulations on all your work. I love your work. Thanks for having me. And I wanted to
Thanks.
I wanted to share my worldview and touch upon a lot of the topics that, talk about. Been watching you listening to you for about 4 years now or so. And with the Beast system.
Thank you so much. For real.
Thank you, KJ. And I just want to talk, I got a whole page of notes, and I just wanted to make sure I talked about a lot of it.
That's okay.
Starting with the Beast system.
No rush, man. You're good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks. Starting with the Beast system, and you know all about it, how the devil, there's a spiritual war going on. God versus the devil. The devil tries to make it seem like God doesn't exist. He's trying to reverse everything that God does, and all the inversions, and just trying to basically say that the opposite of whatever God says is what's going on. He's deceived a lot of people. The devil deceives a lot of people. That's what he does. And
Yes.
one person before that was on was asking why can't people wake up, and why don't people get it? Well, it's because they're deceived by the devil and they're brainwashed. They're literally possessed by devils. So you talk about, you got the devil on one shoulder and, God on the other shoulder in the cartoons and stuff. It's people don't wake up. It's because, they're not listening to God. God talks to us through the Bible. Some people question, think God doesn't talk to us, but, you got to start with the Bible, because that's God's word. God's talking to us through the Bible. It's so important.
Yeah.
Listen to it. But you got to understand the stories, and all from the Old Testament to the New Testament, all the characters and what the stories mean. Basically, how Jesus Christ fulfilled the prophecy, born, died, rose again. Revelation.
What do you tell if somebody comes to you and says, "Why should I accept Jesus? What does the sacrifice mean?" What do you tell them?
Why should we accept Jesus? Well, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. That's the only way to get to heaven. And I mean,
No, that's
who
good.
doesn't want to go to heaven?
Yeah,
Who doesn't
it's true.
want to go to heaven?
And we know
The
that
only
he
way to
sacrificed
get is through Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and we know he sacrificed
The only
himself.
people who don't want to go to
our
heaven
sins.
are demons or devils, or people at war with God. The only people that don't want to be in heaven are people at war with God. And that the battle's not of the flesh. It's of the spiritual world.
Yes,
And
sir.
a lot of people are possessed. And going on top of all this, one really major thing I wanted to talk to you about, the one really huge thing,
Okay.
the devil's trying to deceive people. One huge lie that's out there. All right, I really want to get this to all your viewers and listeners, because I want to talk about the subject for a while. All right, so here it goes. All right, when you read the Bible and you start with Genesis, God's talking about how he created earth in the world. And when he describes the firmament, he's talking about a dome between the earth and the heavens. And the firmament, he's not describing infinite outer space. So you want to talk about the beast system and all the lies that are out there and the predictive programming out there from Disney and all these Freemason symbols. And they're, they study architecture and geometry and all the math, and they encoded all of these programs to make people think that we live on a spinning ball in outer space, when actually the Bible describes the earth as something completely different. We are all very special people, humans, and God loves every one of us. And if you think that we live in a ball in infinite outer space, it kind of makes you think that your life is little insignificant. But really, God loves us a lot. And UFOs, those are all right. Well, I could go on and on, but I kind of wanted to get your thought about.
I'll tell you about flat Earth and all this. I've had my own weird experience with all that, and it started back in 2015, and it wasn't a positive one as it goes to flat Earth. Now, that being said, there are a lot of people I respect, or even friends of mine who are researchers who believe it. And I've always said that I don't, but I'm open to it being a reality. And with this caveat, that we are in the apocalypse, which is the great revealing. That's why everything's coming out. The Bible even tells us that nothing hidden won't be revealed, or everything is going to come out. So I believe if it is true, we're going to see it before we're gone. Whether we're taken away before, or we have to go through and see the Antichrist and then we go. But I think that's a truth that will come out, and I'm open to a possibility. But again, I've also on the same side had a very negative experience with a lot of flat Earth people throughout the years. But then I've had friends say, well, that's just an aspect of the flat earthers. There's that's the psyop. Those are the mean people. But I've always, like I said, man, I'm open to it. I'm cool with people talking about it. I'm just not personally into it. My focus is in a lot of other places, but I'm open to it, man. And I would love to see it. It'd blow my mind. It would blow my mind. And a lot of people could tell me, I told you so, KJ. And I would accept it. But go ahead.
Yeah, it is mind-blowing once you realize that the Earth is flat. And that also means that evolution is fake. Evolution's a hoax also.
I believe that. I'm totally anti-evolution.
All the indoctrination in the public school system is all about evolution and flat Earth. Those are two huge ones.
Yeah, and I also don't believe Earth has been here for 25 million years, like every scientist and movie and TV show person tells us. We've been lied to about everything. I'm with you on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Just real quick, if we did according to the heliocentric model, you shouldn't be able to see a full moon on the daytime of Earth, but you can see a full moon on the daytime on Earth. And one other quick thing about sonoluminescence, that's when in a vacuum, I guess with water, I don't know all about it, but you get these sound vibrations. It can actually create light that looks like an artificial star. So that's kind of
interesting.
The waters in the heavens. That's how the Genesis describes the heavens. The waters above from the waters below, separated by the firmament. So look up sonoluminescence and so if Earth is flat, so that means space is fake. All right, so NASA's fake, space is fake, and you talked about meteors.
Yeah.
Recently, a little bit meteors. Yeah, don't worry about meteors. Meteors are all fake. They're just trying to get us scared. They love us being in fear.
Let me throw this one at you too. This is a weird one, and I love the weird stuff. I've found a lot of footage throughout the years. I've even made videos throughout the years about these space jellyfish. Now, here's the thing. There's a couple of ideas here. That's the first thing I ever saw that made me question a firmament, that there's water above, because there's all this footage of these space jellyfish. But then as years go on, you start seeing some of this footage where it seems to me fairly clear that NASA's like at the bottom of the swimming pool filming some of this stuff. So, or maybe they're in the ocean. Maybe that's why there's a jellyfish. I don't know. Now, again, I told you and I warned you, Scout Dog, this is weird. But anything on that?
Yeah, I never heard about jellyfish in space, but there are.
Yeah, look it up.
I've seen videos of NASA training in huge pools underwater in scuba gear. I'm pretty sure they do a lot of their training underwater, and sometimes you can see in their feeds with their CGI the bubbles. Sometimes you can look out for some bubbles, but a lot of their NASA's work is a lot of CGI.
Yeah, I've been really fascinated with. There's a couple of NASA astronauts that are twins. They're brothers. They're bald-headed guys, and one of them's wife was totally a crisis actor, I believe, involved in a bang bang that happened very publicly. And you probably knew who, Gabby, I think her name was. Those guys, when I see stuff like that, I get interested in NASA. Or when I see that story about the NASA astronaut that drove halfway across the country wearing a diaper and pooped and peed the whole way so she could try to, I think, kill her lover's lover or something random like this. I'm always interested in the MK Ultra mind control stuff behind NASA and so-called astronauts as well, personally. Do you have anything on that?
Oh, man. They probably have, I can't even, it's just all satanic and devil worshiping, and they're all casting spells on us. And I can't even, I just try to, focus on Christ and try to defend myself from that with the full armor of God. I don't even want to think about some of the things they think about. It's just
that's good.
Purely evil. And oh man.
Yeah, it is hard to get into that mindset. Believe me, I know. I've had to do it, personally throughout the years, just studying what I've studied for so long and doing the videos I do. Yeah, but I always pray for the protection. Movie ever.
That's how I found it, because I wanted to be when I first found you. I wanted to be like scared out of my mind. I was just like begging for it. This is really kind of like. I always was like a believer in Christ, but before I really like started reading the Bible and everything, and I wanted to be scared out of my mind, I'm just searching YouTube. I wanted to know what's the scariest movie ever, and then I came across your channel. It turned out to be so awesome. It turned out to be like the greatest channel. I love your channel.
Thanks, man. I did that on purpose. I did it as a trick to try to get people to watch it, and people look up what's the scariest movie ever, but Google killed that, I think, a long time ago. But man, thank you. I'm glad that you found it, and I'm glad it's helped, man. In any way it has, But please continue. You said you have a list. Any other questions on there?
Well, maybe not so much questions. Well, I just kind of wanted to get
our topics.
It's kind of, I guess, talk and stuff. One thing about Q, because Q's been a big topic in my mind, and my understanding from my knowledge. Q, you got to be beware of Q. They do have like truth bombs. There's a lot of truth that we learned from Q, but the thing is, it's the movement has been hijacked by people that want to spread misinformation. So just got to be careful about Q.
Oh yeah, I've always thought that too. It's, you eat the meat, you throw away the bones. There is good information there, but like with any great disinfo campaign, there's going to be good information. It's the bad crap you got to watch out for. Or even like with Alex Jones, I still listen to Alex Jones. He's entertaining, but I look at him as more an entertainer.
Right.
And then the news he brings up, I'll go look up the news myself. And most of the times he's right. So, but that's how we get people in. And I want to support, I always wanted to support Alex, but when he started going on TV and going crazy, it's like, dude, you should know better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just got to watch out for people that are so angry like that all the time.
Yeah,
that's
totally.
not Christ-like.
It's not. The Bible tells us
he's got a reason to be angry, but yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry, man.
Oh no, this is great. But just really wanted to emphasize the importance of the stories in the Bible, what the Bible's all about, that it is the Word of God, and you want to know what God's talking about, and talk about it with other people and praying about it. It's not like the only thing, but you definitely want to talk to other people about it, like you're doing, praying about it, and
no, that's a great message.
The story of the Bible, man, the story of Christ.
I love it.
The way, the truth, and the life. And I really appreciate your time, KJ.
Man, you're welcome, Scott Dog. You've been a pleasure, and I appreciate you bringing up all the subjects you did, especially Flat Earth, because it's always a hot topic. And even when they banned it, remember when YouTube banned any channels, whatever, and they said they were going to start shadow banning them, but they do too. They'll do things like this, and for whatever reasons they are. But Still, that doesn't mean that flat earth or Mandela effect or any of these other subjects we get into can't lead people to Christ, because they do. Whether they meant to or not, I don't know. But a lot of these subjects still can bring people to an enlightenment, to at least questioning things and wondering outside the box. Could it be? And then that'll lead them to all the other things, the other, little rabbit holes we get into. So that's why I try not to damn any of this stuff. You know what I mean? I try to keep an open mind to it. I like to think that God's leading everybody, no matter what they're getting into at first, but eventually we find that rabbit hole, and ultimately we find the only thing that matters, like we were saying, is Christ. That's what matters at the end of all of these fun rabbit holes. I love them too. I'm an X-Files geek. I'm a Fringe geek. I used to love that show. I like weird stuff, and weird stuff is real, so it's fun. But yeah, Christ is the center. Sorry.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. And, they're trying to cast spells on us through all this predictive programming in the beast system. So it's really important to put on the full armor of God and say your prayers. Yeah,
I agree, sir. Well, Scout, I thanks so much, man, for jumping in here with me. It's been talking to you.
Thank you, KJ.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. All right, next up is, and thank you, Scout. Well, next up is Emily V. Hi, Emily.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear. How's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Good.
I'm so happy to be here. I never thought I'd be here.
Oh, I'm glad you are too. I love doing these. It's always not really nice talking to y'all. And I think it helps. It helps everybody. It really is a community. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, my husband actually introduced me to you. I guess which started my awakening journey a couple of years ago. We met in the military, and then now we're both out and doing life.
Oh, that's great. I love him already. What branch were y'all in?
The Navy.
Oh, cool. Well, I did a lot of work with the Navy too. Did you get on the water, or were you mainly on the land?
Oh no, I was I was on a destroyer, so I spent all 4 years on a ship.
Oh, that's cool. I love it. Are you glad y'all did it?
I learned a lot. I guess at the end of it all, I am glad I did it, but it was just a miserable 4 years for me.
Yeah.
And
well, it's tough. Military is tough, isn't it?
It is. And you know what? I didn't think, going into it as like I came right out of high school and went into the Navy, and I thought it was going to be tough, but a different kind of tough. And actually, the hardest thing that I when it came to realize that I had a problem with was just the inefficiencies of it, and no one seems to want to accept good ideas. It's just like, no, we've done it this way, and we're going to keep doing it this way, and that's that.
Yeah, you have to take orders from people who took a test before you did. It didn't make them any smarter. I hated that about that job. Yeah. And then I'd feel guilty that I thought I was smarter than these people, but I knew I was smarter than these people.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. I was there.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, I've been watching your stuff. You've got great content, and I'm really I'm proud of you. It's so awesome that you're reaching all these people, and it's really awesome to see your growth over the years. And I appreciate you. So does he. He says hi.
Hi. I really appreciate him telling you about me. Thank you.
Yeah. I guess I sort of have a list too. I think everyone who gets in queue is just like, oh my gosh, what am I going to talk about?
That's okay.
But I was watching one of your videos the other day, and you said you were suspicious of Ron Paul. So that is my first bone to pick with you, KJ.
That's okay. I'll tell you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
My biggest issue with him has always been, I love the libertarian ideas. I'm more libertarian than anything, but it was the Illuminati card game. Now but here's the thing. I see both sides of it. In the Illuminati card game, they have a card with him and Alex Jones. It's clearly both of those guys. And that game was made in either 93 or 96. It's a long time ago. And it is lesser magic. It is spell casting. It's sigil magic. It's showing us everything that's already happening. Even Lady Gaga, random stuff is in there. So I know they were in there as co-intel, but now here's the thing I've always grappled with, and this is why I tell you I'm a little son of them, because I don't know if I'm right. Either he was put in there because he really is co-intel to mislead the people, or the demons that worked through Steve or whoever it is that created the game, or the group of people that created it, made them put that in there to make those guys look bad. That's been my reasoning. That's always been my only thing, though. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, totally, I'd rather people, my husband always says this too. I'd rather people be suspicious of everything than just just, oh yeah, okay, that seems fine.
Yeah.
But I think he and I've heard people call him a gatekeeper and all that, and I guess he really does seem too good to be true. He's in politics and said all the right things all the time. And I know in a Bilderberg meeting, I think obviously I think he knows what those are, right?
Oh yeah,
The
for
Bilderberg
sure.
group. Yeah. So I guess in a Bilderberg meeting once, he all the people there who were talking about you, they bring up all these issues they need to address, and Ron Paul was actually brought up at one of these meetings, as in like, how do we address Ron Paul, because he was at the time awakening a lot of the youth, and he was talking straight truth when he was running for president back when Obama was running, and none of the news stations would talk about him. He was second runner up, I think, and they would talk about the first runner, the third runner, the fourth. They would not even talk about who was number 2, and that was Ron Paul.
Or they would compare him to Ross Perot, I remember.
Yeah, and it was just like, he was just so taboo. No one wanted to talk about him, and if they did, it was just like, either that guy or whatever, But he really did lead a lot of people to kind of question, this left-right paradigm, or
okay, good.
Yeah, and you always say, you have to judge people by their fruits, and I gotta say, with Ron Paul, I think I see nothing but good fruits from him. To my knowledge, right, I don't stalk him. I don't dig into all his work.
No, but that's fair, and honestly, that's my own ignorance. I don't know a lot about Ron Paul. I never followed politics, honestly. Most of the years I haven't followed politics. I'm probably more into it now, but it's just because the symbols are coming out in it. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But so, and most people know I'm not super political, so I haven't followed most things, and I always follow symbols. However, I do like that idea, and I think that's great. And his son seems like a good guy, but is his son like a good guy? He seems like one of the good guys.
I think so too. And again, I'm not super deep. I'm not, I don't keep up on all the politics and everything too. Yeah, I think they're both. He seems to come from a good family, and they really do seem like just good, truth-telling folks. So,
well, thanks for that, Emily. I appreciate it. I'm sure the people in chat are talking, and I'd love to see later. I'll see what everyone says, but no, fair point. I appreciate it. So go ahead.
Yeah, and then I don't know. I guess I'll just go down this list that I have.
Yeah. No rush. No rush. It's a pleasure talking to y'all.
Yeah, you too.
And thanks for your service too, both of you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
it was. We definitely earned what we got.
Yeah, I do.
I guess I'll jump into this COVID stuff. I personally, I hate this mask mandate.
I know.
And my mother-in-law recently came home. She was really upset because they had told her, you have to get your flu vaccine or risk being fired. You're going to get let go. And so she went to our parish and asked, hey, is there anything you can do? Is there a religious way I can get out of this, right? Because she doesn't. I mean, it's her body, it's her right to not get a freaking flu shot. That's crazy. Who are you to tell me to get a flu shot? Right. But anyway, so yeah, they helped her out there, and they're just like, okay, well, this will work this time, but if this COVID vaccine comes out, we can't promise we'll do the same thing for you. And I just kind of see that as, they're mandating masks, and obviously they're going to start mandating flu shots. And I really think that is like the next step to mandating the mark of the beast. And that's truly when you'll have a choice of, are you with it or are you against it?
Oh yeah. I've mentioned that a few times myself. I think that's going to be the big one. That's going to be the big dividing line right there.
Oh yeah.
And I've even been at some get-togethers recently with friends of friends and groups, and that thing would come up, and I immediately am like, I'm not taking it. And I could even see that some kind of shock in some people's faces, like, what? Who's this guy? And I'm like, we change the subject, as quick as I can. But
like, what? You don't want to be safe? It's just
right.
Yeah, it drives me crazy. I hate the idea of sacrificing my liberties for safety,
That's the time it is. And as terrible as it is, and as much as it sucks, it's like, it's also kind of great to me. I know that sounds probably crazy to some people, but I love it because nobody's going to be able to be a fence sitter anymore. It's been a luxury. It's almost like the Lord really is taking away grace, and that it is about to be law and rule. and it's going to be ugly, and there's going to be one of two choices, and that's it, So
Yeah.
for all the people that say, man, what about our friends and our family that are lost? And I think about it too. I get the same, man. And when I say lost, they don't have Christ. Okay, that's the first thing.
Yeah,
'Cause a lot of
course.
people, right? There's a lot of people I know and love that don't know any of this stuff. They don't need to know it. They don't care about it. But they have Jesus, so I don't care. It's like they
Yeah.
got it, right? But all right, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. But yeah, that to me, that's a really scary thing, and I keep thinking. I think you mentioned this in one of the other videos too. Is what are you going? With these socialist authoritarians coming into power in America. It's just like the death to America. It really is. And eventually, this is all going. It has to come to pass. For Jesus to come back and take us out of this crazy place. This all has to pass, and that makes me feel at least a little better.
For sure. And
You know?
and it's also, sometimes I think of it like this about people saying, well, what is it going to look like as we continue? Even after Trump, if we're still here, even after there's a time after Trump, let's say it continues on, does anybody really think we're ever going to get back to a civil place in American politics where they can reason and talk things out right? So no, we don't. We can clearly, some of us can see that's not coming. And that's why we know, that's why I always say it's spiritual. Hive mind, it's a satanic hive mind and a Christ-like hive mind. And that's the battle coming. And, soon, I don't know when, but there'll be no more hiding, because it's going to come out. Because right now they say it's against the right. We're censoring the right. And no, it's Christians, man. We know that. It's us. Yeah, guys. Exactly. And it's going to come out and be obvious, So, but we can't be afraid. It's crazy. As hard as life may be right now, most of the believers I know are still doing okay. They're even prospering, some of them. They're living okay. They're doing okay. They're making it through. And I believe that I have a stepsister that just made a big move, and we just talked on the phone a few days ago, and she was telling me the Lord did everything for her, just laid it out perfectly, the whole trip halfway across the country. So, I keep that in mind. Scary times coming, sure, there's weird stuff happening, but man, we're on the right side. We're going to be okay.
Definitely. And even logically, and that's what I love about just the Jesus Christ himself. He gave us, we have reason, we have the ability to reason what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest pitfalls people fall into, especially today with, these modernist movements, is, there's your truth and there's my truth and there's all these different kinds of truths. But it's just like, no, I mean, truth inherently means it is either fact or false. That is what truth is, and it's not this ambiguous thing you can just kind of, I feel like this today, that's my truth. And I think a lot of people kind of get trapped in that mindset of, this is my truth. And I think, gosh, I really wish people would just stop doing that, because it's like, inherently that's not what that word means.
And you're right. And a lot of people can probably relate, because many of you have seen that. And I believe it's a form of mind control. But you'll see that in a lot of TV shows, movies, whatever, or interviews. People saying, "Well, I had to speak my truth," or "This is my truth," and it's a thing. And when I see stuff like that, I take in so much social media and so much of the pop culture that I can get triggered and be careful. I have to be careful of being triggered by this stuff and also being programmed. There's a period of time I wasn't doing live shows doing it, but in real life, I kept using the word like. And I was, and then I had to stop. And I'm like, I've been watching a lot of The Office and just goofy stuff like this, and whatever. You know what I mean? But we can literally get programmed by even this terminology and these jokes
and catchphrases and stuff like
that.
And that's just, it's like we're switching out truth, the word opinion. That's my opinion for the word truth, and it's just kind of muddying the truth of the truth of these words. You know what I mean? It's like a little step further into the 1984 Orwellian world we're living in, where we're just going to get rid of words. But
Isn't
anyway,
that something? Go ahead. Let's there's spelling, not to cut you off, sorry, but that goes back to a fellow YouTuber on here, Unplugem, UNPLUGEM, also a follower of Christ, a very brilliant mind, and he breaks down spelling and how there's spells in our words and all that as well. So sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you're good. I've never thought of that.
He's great.
Yeah, side note, I've been like really kind of wondering, like, my husband tells me all the time, like, world's going crazy. We got to get locked down, get ready, get a job, get college going, which, we're both in college right now. But I really want to start a YouTube channel, and I just don't know if I'll really have the time for that. Not to mention, you know, YouTube's gotten so crazy. Like, I almost feel like it's almost better just to talk to people in the daily interactions. Like, if you're extroverted and brave enough, you know, I'm personally not. But I would love, and I always have this feeling of like, gosh, I just have to do something. Like, these people just don't know.
Yeah.
And they're just scared, and it's just, why are you scared? You know, like, when I go out, I don't wear a mask because I think it's my small protest, you know, like, I don't,
Yeah.
I think it's silly. I don't want to. I don't like being told, and this is another military issue I had, is I don't like being told to do something that's stupid, that doesn't
Yeah.
logically make sense.
And sometimes that's your job for months on end, is to do
Yeah.
things that are stupid, it feels like.
Exactly. Yeah. So when I go out and you know, I'm walking around, people really do sometimes look at me like I'm crazy, like they're scared because I don't have a mask on. And it's just crazy. I just want to say, like, you know, the numbers, I don't know, Corona doesn't seem that crazy, personally.
You know,
But
too, and I'll say also on the YouTube thing is that, and you already know this, but you might be being led to it for a reason, and that's cool. And I would just say, as somebody who's been on here for a long time, that if you do, of course, just be careful of the words you use and,
right,
you know,
yeah,
what kind of tags, right? Even using Jesus or Christ or something, I don't know if even that's safe anymore on YouTube. But then if God, of course, has power over everything. So I would pray about it. And, you know, he'll give you the titles. I feel led in every video I do. That's why I don't put something out every day, because I have to wait. And then I'll start filling things. I'll see a news story. I'll go find a
right.
video. You know what I mean? But, you know, so I keep praying on it, because who knows, you might be able to reach people online as well. And if not, you know, it sounds like you're already doing it in the real world.
Oh, wow. Not really. I have my one friend, and he's my husband. But that's okay for me, though. But yeah, I really
Good.
do think you have a gift, honestly. Like, just some of the things you say, the insights you have is just like, I, in a million years, would have never caught that.
Oh, thank you.
So I really, really, truly, I think your work is fantastic. It really is just such solid stuff.
Thanks,
Um,
Emily.
yeah. But anyway, something that always kind of scares me when I think about, you know, where we're going and how are things gonna, you know, like Agenda 2030 is like the timeline in my head, you know,
Yeah,
where
that's what they
I really,
say.
yeah,
Doesn't it feel like a lot of that's already coming in, though? I keep feeling like it's
yeah,
almost a red herring or something.
yeah, yeah. I think like in the next really 5 years, it's like an exponential curve of craziness. I really think this is not gonna look like the same. Like, even how crazy it is now, it's gonna look completely different in the next 5 years.
It may really be for some of us as followers of Christ, Christians, that we're going to be living like they did in the maybe 1800s in small communities and just kind of working with each other and fishing and hunting together. And,
Yeah,
you know, who knows? I'm cool with that. I'm open to whatever. I mean, I don't know about you, and this isn't being selfish, but I do pray for their harpazo and a catching away. And I would love to that happens, you know, but I keep open
yeah,
both possibilities. I mentioned this before. I prep a bit. I'm good for several months. You know, I've got my
yeah.
gun and ammo, but go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just always worried of, you know, because we just had a baby, and
Oh, congrats.
yeah, thank you. But that really changes your perspective. And I always thought that was like, you know, people just say that because it's like a fluff piece when they have kids, but no, really, it does.
I'm sure.
I just, you know, before I would have been like, I mean, yeah, if someone comes to take our guns at our house, like, we're shooting them, right? Like, that's crazy. But just the idea of getting into a confrontation of that kind of sort scares me, because, you know, we have a little one now, and I don't know. I
Wow.
don't know if I would be so inclined to just, you know, fight it out. You know, my
I
husband wants
understand
to go
that.
down in a blaze of glory of you know, I'm gonna die a martyr. You know, but I don't know. Sometimes I think there's someone else we kind of have to care for, and of course Jesus will always take care of everything.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
course,
That's the
but you know,
first thing. That's the
yeah,
first thing that popped in my head when you said you just had a baby, is I almost wanted to blurt out that I know it almost feels like he's going to protect you even a little extra. You know, I mean,
right,
he's got his babies. He's going to protect you. And I've even mentioned this in the past, Emily, that it's tough sometimes. Even in the real world, I have friends who are having kids and, you know, building lives, and a lot of them are very successful and doing really well. And it's hard for them to accept stuff like this, so I don't press it
yeah,
on people. But but I also understand it. That's why I always feel like I'm walking a line, because not only do I feel I'm kind of a watchman for things, but I'm also an empath. I really am a very sensitive person, and I feel for people. I feel people's pain on things.
Yeah.
And it's like you struggle with, I have to tell you that the end of the world's coming. But on the other hand, I don't know God's timing, and maybe God holds things back. Maybe we have 40 years. Maybe we have, I don't know, but I keep open to all things. And I know
Right.
no matter what it is right now, it's thick. We know this. It's crazy.
Yes,
Go ahead.
definitely. Yeah, I just I hope, yeah, I'd like to live in the world where I know, like, in the next 10 years she's gonna have a good future. She can find a good, man to marry. Not that there's many good men left, I guess. Maybe that's
I
just me being
know.
cynical,
Isn't that
but
terrible? No,
it
really,
is,
these
yeah,
generations are just wrecked. The Generation
yeah.
Z and the young millennials.
Very
Yeah,
feminine
it's wrecked.
men today. Very,
Totally.
very. And this might sound terrible, and probably is terrible, but I automatically assume that any young male I meet today is gay. Like that personally, that's my thing, because they're so effeminate, and most of
Yeah.
the time I'm right. Like, as I'm talking to some of these, on like online communities, yeah, it's just like there's not there. I'm thinking of like my daughter's future, of like, who's she gonna marry?
Well, see, and even with that, and this goes back to kind of the way I see things, but I also find it interesting that it's Generation Z. It's the last generation. We hear talk of the last president and
Yeah. Oh
all
my
this
gosh.
other,
Yeah.
right? So when I see things like that, it's just more like, wow, we're really at the tail end.
At the end. Yeah.
But the cool thing is, and this, regardless of what happens and how it goes, we get to spend eternity together, all of us. We're all going to get to see each other and hang out. And more importantly, you and your husband get to be with that beautiful child. And
Yeah.
for
Absolutely.
eternity, man. Right? So
Yeah.
it's going to be okay,
And on that Generation Z, then the last president, I don't know if you're familiar with Father Malachi's prediction of popes. Have you heard of that?
Can you remind me? Because I remember reading some Malachi stuff years ago, but he was mainly Black Mass stuff. But go ahead.
Oh, Father Malachi was a father very, very, very long time ago, who had a vision. Who he Saint Malachi. He wrote down a list. Right, he apparently had a vision of all the popes to come to the future, for the future, and this list he wrote down. He wrote down a list of the names of the popes and like something that associated with the popes, as in like a family heirloom or an event that took place during their time in the papacy, I guess.
Mhm.
And anyway, the last pope is Peter the Roman, and that would be the pope we have right now. The pope that is the pope right now is Pope. What's his name?
Pope Francis.
Pope Francis. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, Pope Francis. And he oftentimes he refuses. I think personally he's an anti-pope, but he refuses to call himself a pope. He refers to himself as a bishop, right? And he really, really, and obviously, they're just totally human religion. They're just twisting it and making it so I don't even know. I forget the word I was going to use.
They're
But,
just they tried to Shanghai being a follower of Christ, and they
Yeah.
created religion. And he's a member of the Hidden Hand Club. He's a Jesuit, so on him, And as we talk about fruits, just look at every week. It seems like there's a new news story where he's doing something that's anti-Christian or
Totally
anti-Christ.
blasphemous, absolutely. And I really truly think my whole family, we're all like watching him because we know he's just crazy. But I really do think he is the last pope, and if Trump is the last president, I mean that coincides.
Right?
And if it's a coincidence, I mean, as someone said on your show earlier, it's just God staying anonymous or whatever,
Yeah.
So I don't know. That would be pretty, and it is pretty telling, I guess. You have all these things going on today in the real world, and you have the last president, the last pope.
I know. And Emily, I feel you. And I feel like you're in a good place, though. It seems like y'all already have a good understanding of everything. And of course, you've got to hold hope. That's the thing. We don't want anyone to give up hope because, like I say, we don't know exactly God's timing or when he's going to do what or how it's going to look or how quick things will go. Maybe we do get, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, so, we keep hope alive. And I know right now your message is reaching people out there listening or those that maybe listen later, because a lot of people I'm sure feel that way, that are having children and they're looking forward to the future and they want that. Yet what an interesting time to be alive where you see all this stuff unfolding, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know what her future is going to look like, but the best I can do is, raise her with Christian values, like we're supposed to
Yeah.
raise children, and that's
Yeah,
that's been killed off.
totally.
And boy, another thing that like just really just grinds my gears, I guess, is just the whole feminist movement in the '60s, just totally decimated. Had so many ripple effects that we're seeing today of women who prefer careers over children, and we have these broken homes and a welfare system that really plays into it, where you almost get rewarded for being a single mother.
Oh yeah, and it's so sinister when you can see it. It really is the devil's plan. When you look back at first wave feminism, was what, we want equal rights, or we
Right.
want rights, and then second wave feminism was we're equal to men, and third wave, which is now, is we hate men, we don't need them, and it's
Yeah.
just right.
Yeah, very, very ugly, and I think the biggest lie we could the search for equality is so silly. I mean, it's our inequalities, it's our differences that really truly make us unique individuals.
Totally.
And I don't think we should try to search for, I mean, the whole unequal pay gap, whatever. I mean, there's so many facets to it. I mean, like, women tend to stay home and take care of children and
Right.
all these things. There's so many factors. And it's just this big lie that's constantly being spewed to women. And it's really sad that it actually works,
Oh yeah, the beast system hates the family unit. It's love.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would love to be a stay-at-home mom now that I've had my little girl, and just, have more kids and watch them grow and raise them, but I can't because this kind of world as it's progressed, you almost have to have 2 jobs in a household.
Right. It's the way it's set up now. And they, of course, that's part of the feminist movement. You know that, remember?
Yeah,
It's
of
like,
course.
oh, you're going to sit at home all day and take care of a baby. You need to
how
be
lazy.
independent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did a big paper on the feminist movement, from the first to right now what we have today, and it really is just such an atrocious attack on the nuclear family, and that has always been their goal. And interestingly enough, I think if you look on the BLM page, their list of things that they want to make a difference, and part of their movement was destroying the nuclear family.
Oh, totally. Yeah, and it goes back to Zionism aspects of that as well. The fake JEWS, and things like this.
Yeah.
But it's really also, it's Luciferian. All it is. It's the way I see it. It's all the same thing, same tactics. It's anti-human, anti-humanity. It's come to steal, kill, and destroy. And they call it different things, right? And it comes through different Lenin and Mao and different people, but it's always the same thing, same entity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ugly. Actually, and I have one more point, and then
Okay.
I've gone through my list. I'm sorry,
All
I know I'm
right,
taking
it's
up
all
a
right.
lot of time.
No, you're good.
Someone had mentioned, although you don't think the world is like 1 trillion years old. Actually, there's a few scientists who kind of knock on carbon dating, the carbon dating that we use to see how old something is. A lot of times, actually, it's faulty. For example, they'll search a site that they assume, they believe, it's almost become their own little religion that they have to support, but they'll take a site and they'll say, oh, we think this is 25 million years old, for example, right? And they'll do the carbon dating process, and within a range of like 10 yards, they might find 2 things that support that, and the rest don't. The rest will be like, no, this is actually like 5,000 years old or whatever, right? Except they'll say that all those other readings that are 5,000 years old are not they're just fake readings. They don't apply to our algorithm or whatever. It doesn't match what we're trying to fit into this puzzle piece, so we're not going to include it. And they'll only keep what fits their narrative. And a lot of archaeologists are just like, well, obviously that's not real science. That's not how you get that kind of conclusion. You're just lying to yourself.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the public's listening to Bill Nye for their science.
Exactly. Yeah, craziness. And I think I see a lot of the same thing going on. And obviously those archaeologists who are saying, hey, that's not how you do that. they're hushed down, much like the climate change scientists were just like, I don't know if this is totally true. Maybe we shouldn't jump on the Earth's going to die in 12 years bandwagon. And they just get hushed to, silent corners, just like the COVID doctors. Anytime there's someone with an ounce of truth, they always just get pushed to the corners. But But yeah, so I definitely don't think that the world is 25 million years old. And I think a lot of the science that people just kind of inherently trust is kind of faulty and wrong on that, just on the foundation of how they do these processes like carbon dating and everything.
Yeah, I think they like to keep that lie going. A lot of it for evolution, of course. That's, of course, another lie. Have you ever heard of Kent Hovind?
I have not.
Oh, my gosh. You've got to check him out. KentHovind. He's a preacher, and he's also a scientist. And he's been debunking the stuff we're talking about, 25 million year history of Earth and all this. I think he thinks it's only like around 7,000 or 6,000, but he has all these points. He uses the Bible. But he's interesting, and so he's somebody I've always been interested in, like his approach. One of the reasons I kind of believe it's a lot shorter span is just because of the cryptozoology I'm into, excuse me, and finding all the footage I find. I just found some new stuff this week that's nuts. I'm going to show it to everybody probably Friday, but sure, some things seem a little, the things that seem shady I won't put up, but there's things that pop out there and the way it's filmed and it's all natural. But there's a lot of things out there that still look like old dinosaurs and other types of strange creatures that I believe still exist. And especially with these Loch Ness monster things, that type of creature has been seen around the world in different pockets of water. It's always the same thing. And there's pictures of this certain dinosaur you can see where it's the same creature. So I don't know. I just put stuff like that in my head and I'm like, I don't know, man. I just feel like, a lot of the stuff is still here with us, just maybe hiding in plain sight, Go ahead.
The ocean is largely unexplored still,
Right.
Keep trying to explore space, so, except, we got a whole ocean we don't know anything about. So
yeah.
Anyway, that's all I have, KJ. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Thank you so much.
Emily, you too. What a pleasure. You guys are fantastic. And, God bless your family, the little one, the husband, and just keep on moving forward. I know you guys will. You sound fantastic. So thank you and take care. Okay.
What? Oh, my husband wants to tell me, he has a message to tell you.
Okay.
He wants you to watch Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom. It's a documentary.
I've heard of it. It's about how any black person that comes out to the right, they say is an Uncle Tom, basically, right?
Yeah. Him and I watched it, and it's actually very, very, very good. If any of the viewers out there have seen it, they would know. But
it's banned.
Is it banned on YouTube?
Well, I think it's been banned in a lot of places. That's why I've been meaning to watch that. So I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you brought it to the people's attention. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, that was it. Yeah. It's a really good documentary. It's very eye-opening. Even some of the things that, I'm aware of a large amount of what's going on, but even some from their perspective, it's just very interesting to hear some of the things that I've never thought about. And a new perspective is always good anyway. So I highly recommend it. It's a really good documentary.
Thank you, Emily. We'll check into it. And once again, it's been a pleasure. All right. Take care.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, man. Thanks again, Emily. Up next, Andrew. Andrew, are you there, sir?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, thanks for your patience. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, dude. Hey, I just want to say, thank you for everything that you've been doing and everything, and spending Corey 2.5 hours with all of us. Like,
oh man, you're welcome. I love it. Thank you.
Like, yeah, dude, it's like, what you call? You're one of the only YouTubers that actually does this kind of stuff.
Hey,
your subscribers and everything.
Thanks, man. I'll tell you, it's like I started doing shows like this kind of a long time ago, periodically, but I even started doing live shows in general because I genuinely started feeling guilty about scaring people too much. I didn't used to talk about Jesus or faith or anything like that in my videos. I would just scare the pee-pee out of people, showing them things I would find and then kind of leave it on something kind of hanging. So really the Lord I feel made me start doing shows so I can really show people I'm a real person. We can talk. I'm not a monster. And then these live shows really have been fantastic because as you say, man, there's no filter. It's you and I just talking. It's not a call in where you got 3 minutes and you're out. And it's helped me also because, I know a lot of y'all feel alone. And I've always said, I'm a loner anyway, but I can feel alone in the truth too, just like everybody else. So it's been wonderful all around. I know I'm rambling. Please continue. Andrew,
I know, you're
thanks.
good. So, one thing I just want to talk to you is like, I watched when you put out that video of the Utopia series. It's, I actually had some time on my hand and I watched the whole series and I was like, holy crap.
Right? I didn't even do it all. It's filled with it.
And it's just like with that, and it's just how bold they are getting with the showing the predictive programming and actually everything that they do. It's just,
Seriously.
it's yeah, it's crazy,
isn't it? I mean, and you know what? Now the geek in me, because I'm also a film student, so the sci-fi horror kind of geek in me, I loved the series just for entertainment. But of course, I make the video because we see what the intentions are and what's hidden, just in front of our face. But beyond that, just as a geek, I thought it was a cool show. But I liked the original BBC version back in like 2015 or 14 as well. It's just, but yeah, exactly. It kind of hints on, it tells us truth. It even shows us the girl trying to explain that, hey, the truth is in comics. Oh my gosh, she's one of those, I mean, It does a lot of that. And we know that how that predictive programming works. Then when you try to tell somebody, hey man, the truth is hidden in movies and TV shows, it's like, oh boy, here we go. It's one of those. Go ahead.
Like it says, like this shows like the MK Ultra experiments and that's how they're manipulating people through all this stuff.
Yeah, the total truth on all of it.
Oh yeah, it's through the social media, how they have this people hired this to make everything go viral and everything.
I was laughing so hard on that scene when that first came on. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so true.
Yeah, so it's like one of the points that I just want to get. It's like some reasons why I like sometimes watching those kind of things. So this gets me in a mindset, this for like the truth and everything, this to feedback and to think about all those things. And this brought me back to a time when I was talking to one of my coworkers, which with me, I'm one of those people who basically, once you get to know me, I flat out tell you all my beliefs and everything.
That's good. You wear your heart on your sleeve. I'm kind of like that myself.
Yep.
In fact, sometimes do you ever feel like you tell people too much?
I tell, not that, but I just tell people deeper things too soon.
Good. Yeah, I feel
throws them off. That would be like one of my problems. Like I would be like I'm saying, I've been nonstop just looking into all this stuff and into God's word and I know I get into the deeper picture and everything. And I tell them the deep stuff that seems like it's unreal, but it is, and it just throws them off and everything.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I was talking. So I'm saying the reason why I do that, I'm like light in the Bible. This hopefully one person will just come back to me and just ask more questions and get to know more about God and about all this stuff that's happening. And so I was talking about all this fakeness, this whole reality and politics and everything is all fake and how it's all this been pre-planned and everything. And he just gave me like a depression kind of question. So it's like then it's like he's just saying, then what's real? Like what is real and all that? And something came through me and told him is like, dude, all this stuff in media and everything is all fake, but you just have to remember your life is still real. The things, the relationships you've been through, good and the bad, and all the experience you've done with your whole life, that's the real part of it. And how God moves you and directs your paths and everything is this awesome. Always to come back into form. This saying.
Yeah, and it can get really tough in those situations, especially when you tell somebody something that's a truth and something they can't deny, and then you can tell that you're bumming them out a little bit, and then if they ask you something like, then what's the truth? The tough part sometimes is saying, well, the truth is Jesus Christ. And I think about that a lot because, you've got to say it in a way, it's hard just to put it right out there sometimes because people have been so programmed to immediately when they hear that, they picture churches, they picture, suits. Maybe they picture blasphemy, bad preachers, liars, cheaters, whatever it is. But the way the world is, that's right. I feel that's kind of what it is and how it happens. But man, I'm glad you're still in there trying, and that's all we can do, is try to share the truth with our friends, our family, our colleagues. And it sounds like you're in there fighting.
Yeah, it's like I do what I can and all that. It's just I'm one of those people, if they start fighting back and all that, then I just brush it off my shoulder and just do the same old talk and all that. But this always in me. I'm always one of those people that's so open. So that hope.
Good.
This,
yeah, man.
That they come back to you later on, want to talk personally, and always just want to get deeper into things and all that.
Yeah, isn't it nice that we can see the madness around us unfolding, but we don't have to live in fear?
Oh yeah, it's like I'm way. It's like when I first started going through the YouTube thing and started waking up and everything else. Oh yeah, it was a big roller coaster.
Did you? Yeah, I was gonna say, did you experience the 5 stages of grief?
Probably not the grief. Is this like I'm saying? I started waking up like around 2015. So probably around the Jade Helm and all those conspiracies.
Oh yeah,
and everyone was freaking out. And everything. So it's like,
yeah.
But there's
and isn't it funny how nothing really happened immediately after that, but now 5 years later, we can see where the Walmarts can actually play a place or play their part in all of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's this. If this gets to you, it's just like not gets to you, but this saying is like you always think it's got to come quick, but it has opened up another world. It got me into this going deep into the Word and
good,
and then like what you call this walking in faith and everything. Which once you start going and believing upon the things that the Word wants you to believe and everything, and this opens up everything, and this takes all the fear and everything away from you. And
yes, sir.
At this point, I'm just like, let's bring it on. Let's bring it on. It's like this whatever.
That's great, Andrew. That's a good attitude, man. What else on your mind tonight?
This like I'm saying, it's this so I've been blessed to be born in a family that went through that my parents were a part of a ministry that happened probably.
Were they preachers?
No, they weren't preachers, but
okay.
They were part of a ministry. It was done by Dr. Paul Irwell, if you ever heard of him.
Is it IRWELL?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
And so they went through that kind of ministry, and I gotta say, back when he started doing that back in the 50s and 60s, I gotta say he probably was one of like the greatest teachers.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's when I've seen stuff from him, because I've watched a lot of Wilkerson and some of the old school pastors, and he'd pop up Irwell. Yeah, he was able to give me, the way I remember him, fire and brimstone, but very gently. Like he was able to make strong points, but still he wasn't scaring me, I guess, the way his approach was.
It wasn't like so it's like so with that, it's like you said, my parents bought all of his books, and he did actually a teaching study video that was called Abundant Living, Power for Abundant Living. And so I watched all that, read all of his books, and like I'm saying, it basically just built my faith and more belief and everything. And I just want to say I started a BitChute channel and just put the abundant power for abundant living out there. So
what's the channel called again?
So the channel on BitChute is called Planted Upon Good Grounds.
Cool. You guys look it up, Planted Upon Good Grounds.
And so it's like his teachings is, like I'm saying, it got me to actually receive speaking in tongues and everything. And it's not religious, and he just tells what is religion and what's the real word of God and everything. So
no, that's fair. Again, and so I don't want people getting mad at me. I don't know a lot about Pastor Irwell. I mean, I've seen some of the videos in the past when I was watching Wilkerson from a long. You know who Wilkerson is?
Oh, a little bit.
Okay, that's okay. But But so I don't know a lot because people get real fired up over different aspects of our faith, whether it be, are you reading KJV, or do you believe in speaking in tongues, or do you believe in this? So I stay open to everything. And I always say everyone has their own path to the Lord, their own walk, their own personal thing. Maybe they have different experiences than you. I don't know. God's much bigger than us. You right. And we can't think like denominations and dogma. We got to think God's huge, and God speaks to people through different churches or different faiths or different TV shows, or who knows what it is, but go ahead.
It's this always keep in mind, it's this, like I'm saying, definitely now in these days, the word has been this too, or how I would say this, people has been putting too much of their personal interpretation into it, which is taken away from the word.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's why we have so many different denominations and everything else.
True that.
Into basically this crap show and everything.
Indeed.
It's just messing with people's emotions and beliefs and scare tactics and everything. So it's like, so I just wanted to just put that in mind, because he does not do that. But like I'm saying, he's still just man. So it's always keep that in mind. We all are. We're all learning and everything else.
Great point. No, those are all great points, Andrew, and thanks, man. I appreciate that, and it's definitely something to keep in mind. And keep an open mind to it, man. And again, it doesn't matter. I don't judge people on that stuff. Oh, I was raised in this church, or I did this, or I go to this church, right? It's like, whatever, man. Do you have Christ? Yes, good. You're my brother, my sister. But anyway, Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just what you call others. I've never been into the church. Like going to church every day and all that, because it's this, like I'm saying, this some people are this too judgmental, and then other people are just not awakened to what we're awakened to, and then it's this, you can't get anywhere with it.
True.
People have their minds is fixed on what they think they know and everything. So it's hard.
I agree, my friend. Well, anything else you have for us, Andrew?
No, if any, thank you again for everything.
Man, you're welcome. And it's good talking to you, and thanks for bringing up all those points, and then just keep it going. Sounds like you're doing good, right? You're hanging in there through all this.
Oh yeah, I made a big move. I moved from Ohio to Montana, so.
Oh, cool, man. I'd never been there, but it just, the pictures I've seen, it's beautiful, right?
Oh, I'm a big hiker, backpacker, and outdoors kind of guy, and one of my things I always like to do, it's like where I'm at, you can do peak hikes and everything. One of my things, I like to climb high to talk to the Most High, and so this gives me comfort. And
that's cool.
Another way this to renew your mind, and this get everything, this get your meekness and peace back and everything.
Yeah, man, I feel that. I appreciate that. And before you go, also, do you want to tell them one more time how to find your BitChute channel, what the name is?
So the BitChute channel would be Planted Upon Good Grounds. And it's one word, and then it's capitalized within each of those words.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you. And once again, it's been a pleasure, Andrew. Take care out there, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, see you later. All right, y'all. Next up, I'll give you the lineup. It's Dawn, Andrea, Grooms, Lauren, Richard, Bug, and Dre. All right, so y'all, thank you for your patience. Keep hanging in there, and I'll get to everybody here. That will probably end after this group right here, guys, tonight, but I'll do another one of these shows soon. In fact, last time, it was about a month ago. We'll do one here in the next few weeks, and sorry if you weren't able to get on tonight, but we'll get you on next time. Try to jump in here early next time, and just thanks again for being here. Still have plenty of people to go, though, so don't get up, don't leave, don't turn on the TV, none of that stuff. Every guest has been awesome tonight, and it seems to always be that way. Again, not tooting my own horn, it's the people. And now we got Dawn. Dawn, are you there?
Hi, KJ. How are you?
Hey, Dawn. I'm great. Thanks.
Good. Hey, well, first of all, like everybody else has said, I just want to thank you for your channel. I'm a little bit older than I'm sure most of you and your listeners, but it really, really helped me a lot through the awakening process.
Thank you.
And I actually was a Christian my entire life, raised in the church. My mother was very not religious, but she was, tongue speaking Christian Baptist woman. So she was, she was very involved in the church, and so were we. And I just wanted to say that when Jesus reaches out to people, you might start walking your life, but he just doesn't forget. And he comes back for you. And he came back for me in 2017. And I lived a decent life. It wasn't like I was doing anything, crazy or anything. But yeah, but, and when he came back, it was a huge surprise, huge. And it was very unnerving for me. And you were talking about the veil being thin, and it might be the times, but there's a lot of things that I've seen personally, and I've never been afraid, but it was shocking. It was shocking for me. And I've seen a lot of life and been to a lot of different places. And I don't know. I don't have a YouTube channel, and I never wanted to make one. But yeah, too much work.
It's a lot of work. And honestly,
Yeah.
nowadays, it's not necessarily fun, being on YouTube. Honestly, if you're
Right.
trying to tell the truth, but go ahead.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to give everybody like a little bit of maybe some hope, no matter what we're going through. And I worked a really, really tough job. And I was faced with a lot of different, difficult situations. And what woke me up is I actually started seeing people, and it's going to sound really weird, but for who they really were. And it's kind of come out now where you can actually, with the riots, and you see people screaming and lighting stuff on fire and that kind of stuff. But I started seeing that in early 2017, like March or April.
Dawn, let me tell you something. I'm so with that, because I've said, and this is for years, off and on, different shows, videos, but that being in the apocalypse, the great revealing, it doesn't just mean that exterior things are being revealed. It means us as individuals are being revealed. I believe that. So all of us are going to manifest more and more the Holy Spirit, or the demons that are filling you, or the terrors, or whatever it is, right? But that's been my approach.
Yeah, I was at work, and I was talking with one of my coworkers, and he was getting angry, and he was getting so worked up, just from because I had a different approach on how things, how we were going to do some things, and I wasn't relenting. Basically, I was kind of sticking to my position, and I could only see like half of his face, like one side of his face, because he was looking at the computer. And all of a sudden, he kind of barely turns his face, and his whole eye was black. And I'm talking no white.
Oh, man.
And I'm looking at him, and I didn't get afraid. I just kind of looked at him. Well, I thought, well, that's interesting.
Dawn,
And then
I love it. You're killing me. This is great.
And so I thought, oh my gosh. So I get home, and I'm like, okay, this is no way, no. This is not good. And at the time, I was living in Southern California. I'm like, I better get my hips back to church like quick. So I went running, like the first church that I could find, and I went running over there, and I'm like praying, and I'm like freaking out a little bit after the fact, not during, but like a couple days later. It was really weird. So I get into the church, and I'm praying, and I'm like, trying to figure out what's really going on here. And I had no idea. Like, I was so naive. I just really had never been like confronted with something like that. And
That's a blessing. I know it seemed like a curse at the time.
Yeah.
But wow, what a blessing you got. And I mean that. Like, I listen to a lot of near-death experiences and things, and people get to meet Jesus, and it's like, what a blessing that is, because it changes their lives. Not everyone gets to have such a. But anyway, go ahead. I really appreciate this, because as I've told you, That's what it is. It's like Agent Smith. People are manifesting, they're showing. I watch
Right.
these investigation discovery shows. I need to do a compilation video of all the times the victims say, and that's when they didn't look human, their eyes turned black. I mean, it's
Right.
constantly. Go ahead.
And so I run to this church, and it's in a small church, like maybe 50 people. And I can't even tell you why I picked this church. I looked at their little, explanation of what they stand for online, and I run down there and I start going to this church, and I'm telling you, God just whacked me. He just went whack. And all of a sudden I was just filled, my heart felt like it was crushed and then bloomed. It was the oddest thing I've ever felt in my entire life. And I just was so happy. Like, I hadn't been that happy for years. And even now I'm tearing up because I feel so lucky. And then, as I started getting to know what they really stood for inside the church, I knew I was going to have to leave. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart because they were into all the, Kundalini stuff and all that craziness. So, the laughter and all that. And I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I can't do this. Right.
In fact, I'd tell people, if you want to go look up something maybe on the side, the laughing preachers or the laughing pastors, man, that's straight up demonic. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, and this is the other thing is, it doesn't matter where you go to see Christ. He can find you, and he'll get you out of there. But I really needed to seek him. And so I'm like, just point my feet where I need to go. And I kept praying, point my feet where I need to go. And I ended up, and they were loving at first. Right. And within about a month, once they saw that I wasn't going with their program, they didn't believe in hell. They didn't believe in this. It was craziness. But I did have that connection, again, it was like revived in me. And I remember one day I was reading the Bible for like an hour in the morning, and I was home that day off of work, and I just started crying. Like, tears were just running down my face, not like boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Like,
I know what you mean.
like
Holy
the
Spirit
silent,
overwhelming you.
right. And I was just crying and crying, just tears. And in my mind, I felt like the Holy Spirit was saying, they're lost. They don't know. They're lost. They don't know. And I just started praying for them. And I don't speak in tongues. I'm just, a very literal person, and so all this stuff that was happening so close together, I just was overwhelmed, and so I ended up leaving the church, and I ended up moving out of Southern California, and because that's where, the Lord was leading my feet. And I'm like kind of sitting in the waiting room right now. It's kind of odd to say. And I'm waiting for like my next instruction, if that makes any sense. Have you ever felt that way?
No, it's really weird because even just recently, I'm always saying, that I'm ready to go from this world. I have no attachments here. And a lot of times I just feel like I'm just passing through, or I've just been a visitor. And recently I literally thought that exact thought, that it's almost like Earth is a waiting room at this point for me. Like I'm hanging in the waiting room, and now you telling me that, I'm not even joking. Like but I love how that stuff works sometimes. But yeah, I totally feel that. And it's not sad and depressing. It's just, it is what it is. We're hanging out in the waiting room. We're enjoying our time, but we know we're waiting on something.
And so I'm waiting and waiting, and I'm thinking, okay. And, I some of my friends are Christian, some of them aren't. I don't particularly care. I love everybody. I don't even care. And whether I agree with you or not, maybe if I hug you a little bit longer than someone else, you'll get it, but, and I do believe, I really do believe that people can see Christ in your face or in your spirit. And the only reason I say that, and let me go back to, because I kind of got off track there a little bit. Sorry.
That's okay. No, you're fine.
But I'm a little nervous, and I didn't write notes, just so everybody knows.
No problem.
But I sometimes I'll one time I was praying over my neighborhood before I left, because I just really felt like there was a lot of bad stuff going on in Southern California, and whoever's lived there, they know what I mean. And I looked down the street to my left, and I I'm looking at what appears to me looks like a typical angel, like wings, a man like figure, but with wings. This thing was like the size of a helicopter.
Wow.
It was so big. And I'm looking at it, and I look down the street, I'm looking at it, and then again, not reacting, and then it had like an iridescent, like white iridescent look to it. There was no color, no nothing. And I was like thinking, okay. And then so it was so fast. I saw it standing there, and all of a sudden, shoo, shot up.
I can believe it. It's that shock factor, right?
Yeah.
It's like you don't even know what you're looking at, and by the time you start processing, it's gone.
It's gone, and it was so quick, like not even a second. It was so fast, and I'm thinking, okay. And then I thought, okay, God's really trying to talk to me here. And I didn't even really tell my friends until like a month later. Well, my believing friends, not my unbelieving friends, but
yeah.
And so I'm thinking, he's showing me so that I know for sure. Like there's no doubt in my mind at all.
Yeah.
And I think it was like a reassurance thing too. And that's why I want everybody to know, like, we're not out here standing by ourselves. Our angels are all around us. And the one I saw was huge. So I don't even know, other people.
It's a great message.
Yeah. I mean, we had his full protection. And so I went through this whole process like you have, like, I was afraid, and then now I'm not. And I was afraid for a couple of years. I was really frightened about the speed of everything and all the stuff that's been transpiring. And I watch your videos too. And then I watched your movie, and then I'm like, oh, it was a little scary, but
Yeah.
I'm good. Like everybody should be good because, he's going to come back for us, and he's not going to leave us unprotected.
Yep.
No matter what the government tries to come up with, what any faction below them following their marching orders tries to come up with, we're going to be good because we're protected,
Yep.
And I guess that's kind of like my message. I just wanted everybody to know that. And again, thank you so much for all of your work. It helps me so much. And even my son watches it. So there you go.
That's great, John. You're welcome, and thank you. And I don't want you to end unless I want to make sure you brought up everything you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, I just don't know if you've had any supernatural experiences like that.
I've had them. Oh yeah, I've had them. And I've mentioned, in fact, I have a video on the channel from 2012 called "I See 111 Everywhere. What does it mean?" And even on there, I've got some.
I remember that one.
Right.
Yeah.
I still get him, and that's just one of the ways he talks to me, and it's been that way for years. Even in videos I make these short videos, and I'll put music to them and put them on my website. Some of them have been on other places on social media, but even when I do a video on YouTube with music in the background, it's almost like every time I make the video and I put the music on, I never have to change the music. It always fits perfectly with every beat and every change of whatever, and it's. So, and I know he's working with me. I don't talk about that a lot because, again, some people, oh, here he goes again,
Yeah.
God's talking to you, but really, I mean, I'm in it. Believe me, I'm in it every day, every night. I talk to him constantly, and it's, but I don't want to be out there saying ever, oh, God help me make my video, man, because I don't want a lot of, it just feels weird to say that, and it's personal stuff. I would say it's private, but I'm bringing it up now. But I think you understand what I mean. It's best just to just do it and not be talking about the process all the time or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's, I think, I don't know what the 5 stages of grief are, but I know the 5 stages of fearfulness. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, I don't remember. I can't remember the exact 5 stages, but when I first started waking up, I really literally went through it. It wasn't until months later I saw some video on YouTube where it was a lady talking about waking up, and it was the 5 stages of grief. And every point I was like, wow, I went through that and that. Yeah. But being a creative person and having a lot of time on my hands at the time when I started looking into this, that I was literally making the scariest movie ever made as I was learning all this stuff. And I was like, people need to know about this. And I'm a film student. My minor was editing. So I started putting together the movie. And that's how it all started. And that changed my everything. I no longer wanted to work in Hollywood. I used to want to be a horror, sci-fi, cult kind of director, underground, weird stuff. And it just turned into what it is now, which is strange because I'm kind of doing it anyway, you know?
Yeah.
But for a better purpose,
But
you know.
for a better purpose, yeah. Well, you know, and that's the funny thing is I think all of us have our gifts. And I never thought one of mine would be kindness, but as it turns out, it is.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. And I definitely get the people like you were talking about the guy in the gym that was like walking sideways looking at you. I had some chick do that to me in Burger King before I moved out of Southern California. And this girl was like, she ordered and she watched me the entire time. And I'm standing in a crowd of people. I'm like, hey, lady, I don't even want to look at you.
And here's the creepy part, really. And this is the way I process that stuff. Some people, oh, maybe they were nuts or maybe they're this. And I'm like, when that stuff's happened to me, I feel like it is looking at me. You know, it is looking at me through a shell, you know, it's found a shell to jump into and it's just looking at you. Yeah, sure. I'm with it.
And you're kind of wondering like, what is, and I don't, you know, I mean, I'm wondering when it's looking at you, like, is it trying to think of a way to do something or is it just looking at you because it can see Christ in you, or I don't know.
I think it's a mix, and sometimes it probably wants you to be fearful because all that stuff feeds off of fear, of course.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, so if you ever start feeling that way, of course, just kind of pray and say, you know, Lord, you got me, or Jesus, protect me, or whatever. And it's I've had that stuff, like I said, and sometimes I'm tempted to do something out of a movie, but it's like no one's going to see it and it's not going to matter. But what if you turned to them and just said, I know what you are, and I'm protected in Jesus' name, or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder what would happen.
I don't know. I might get my ass kicked or something.
Right,
but,
or they chase you out of the store. Or they take your burger. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm not sure if I'm there yet, but we'll see someday. But,
yeah, no, I don't think I'm there yet either. It always seems to catch me by surprise.
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing is I pray every day. I put on my, armor every day before I go out and over my family. And, I have 2 grown sons and, they're on the line. They really haven't had their awakening moment. They're awake. It's almost like they're awake halfway. Does that make any sense?
Oh, it does. Yeah. There's different levels, of course, of people waking up and different levels of knowledge and the whole thing. There's so many things to learn in all of this. And, once somebody starts on this trail and once they finally give themselves over to it and start letting go of their old reality,
right.
You know how it is just spinning through a vortex of, reptilians, Mandela effect and everything,
Right. And I don't even pay attention to any of that stuff. I just really have to focus on my walk. I have to focus on where I'm going and my belief system. And I have to keep all that in check. And to me, that seems like a lot in and of itself, to be honest. I don't know how you do all this other stuff too, because I couldn't do it. But
honestly, that's a huge shout out to the Patreon, PayPal people that keep me to where I can just all day long be in it. I can be getting videos together. I can do shows, and I'm so grateful. My whole life made more sense once I found all this. That's really what it is. I was always a drifter and a gypsy. I've had a lot of different careers. I've worked in Hollywood. I've been a bounty hunter. I've and a lot of things in between. And when I found this, it just all made sense, and now I've been doing it for almost 14 years.
Yeah.
I can spend all my days doing it and I love it. And, I'm rambling, aren't I? But no,
I like it. I mean, it really did, honestly. Even, because I'm over 50 and it actually really helped me a lot. It really did.
Oh, great.
And, I was in the system. I had a number, an employee number, and I had, you have your social security number, and, they've got you running on the treadmill, and not that I was ever like a real materialistic person, but I did provide for my family too,
Sure.
and so it was always head down, work, 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 that kind of thing. And
Yeah.
yeah, so being here on the other side now, I think a lot of people that are waking up who are younger, I think it's a benefit for them
And I think you're
because they
still
don't have to go through that.
and you're still a youngin', by the way, in my book, and you sound young. Even the chat was saying this lady sounds young. But yeah,
Yeah. Well,
I'm
I'm
with you on
definitely
that.
not in God's waiting room, so that's good.
There you go.
So yeah. But no, thank you, sweetie. I really appreciate it. And I am praying for my sons and my grandsons. And
Yeah.
I know I have faith in Christ that he's not going to just take me and leave them.
Yeah.
I stand in the gap for them and for anybody else that I can think of who's younger. And I think that anybody who's younger should feel like it's a benefit that they're awake now.
Yeah.
And like I said, Christ won't leave us hanging, so to speak.
Yeah.
He's going to be there for us and defend us and take care of us. And yeah, that's
Great
all I wanted to
message.
say. Yeah.
Well, that's good. It was plenty and it was fantastic. And I thank you, Dawn, and you're welcome. And I'm honored. Any one of y'all, when y'all say you've watched for so long, it is a big deal to me, man. And I really appreciate you guys. And it's humbling. I'm constantly being humbled, in all of this stuff. Believe me, I don't walk around thinking, "Oh, I'm KJ." I mean, people in the real world don't know who I am. They don't talk
Right.
about this stuff. So,
Right.
but it's just a blessing. So, God bless you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Dawn.
you so
And
much. You too, sweetie.
all right,
And
take care.
and I'll be watching.
I appreciate you. All right, have a good night.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, bye-bye. All right, y'all. Next up's going to be Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having everyone. It's so cool listening to everyone.
Oh,
And now that
yeah.
I'm on, what I wanted to ask you is I heard you say a while ago that you would have one of your call-in things and people give their stories of seeing like UFOs or something. Did you do that and I missed it, or can you do it?
Yeah, basically what these shows are, it's that. You guys can talk about whatever you want, and I love it. And then every now and then I have special type shows with a certain subject. So, yes, I've definitely had those shows in the past. I've got another, well, it's not going to be a call-in. Actually, you know what I should do? I'm going to do it. Here's what we'll do. It's October. Usually in October, I'll do a scariest clips of the year video where I'll just show you guys a live show, show you all the scariest, craziest clips I found. But we'll also do a live show. I'll do one this month where it's just a call in where you guys can talk about supernatural stuff, like all the wild stuff. But we don't have to wait till then. I want to hear it right now. Go ahead and tell us whatever you'd like.
Well, actually, I just saw one the other night. I was with my fiance down in Florida, and in the Pensacola area, and
Yeah.
he worked 15 years at the Naval Air Station, and he would do the bringing them in, getting them out. And, he just saw every plane you could think of. Blue Angels are down there. We both looked at the sky. It was night, nothing. Then it popped out and then disappeared again, and it was going. He said, "Man, that thing was going super fast. It was not a plane." So I've never had an experience like that. I've had other supernatural experiences, but here's the thing: he had an experience years before that, and he has been searching high and low for someone to have a similar experience. And I wouldn't be, good to explain what he saw, but I just want to hear if anyone has had it. So,
well, I'm sure in the chat, people will be talking about that if they've seen it. And then maybe once the show's uploaded, we'll see the comment sections as well. But even just my channel alone, I've covered a lot of that as well. There's been a lot of activity in the sky. The mainstream news has covered the increase of the activity in the sky, right?
Oh, yeah.
And 3 months ago, a story came out. I think it only came out on Fox News, and then it was disappeared within 24 hours. But the Pentagon admitted that they now have an off-world aircraft with off-world tools, right?
Yeah.
But no one's talking about it. It's all like Orange Man bad, or Biden said this, or whatever it is. and that's what everyone cares about right now. But so they're already leaking all this stuff and telling us and getting us ready. I don't know if it's going to be for the little demons in the sky to come down. I don't know if it's going to be a Maitreya, a Maitreya fake Jesus thing. I don't know if it'll be maybe the fallen angels. Maybe that's the way they'll describe how the fallen angels come back. I'm not sure, but or rise up. But sorry, go ahead.
This whole disclosure thing, the Project Bluebeam, or I forget where it was. I heard it, saw it, read it, something. But hardcore occultists, like they will summon like manifestations just to freak people out.
Yeah.
Get a kick out of it, some twisted stuff. But
all those people into their weird magic and conjuring demons and spirits, you bet. Yeah.
Yep. Well, listen, another thing I had on my mind, I heard what everyone had to say, and I keep getting thoughts, I should say this, that, the other. Fear, I know these are scary times, and you have such a mix in your group there, and you admit, like, we can know the Lord but not really be aware of his word. And there's a verse, and I'm bad at addresses. I can know the scripture, but I guess it's in 2 Timothy. Paul's talking to Timothy and says that God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. And that is such a encouraging, reassuring thing to know, that we can have the power, love, and sound mind and not receive the fear. If God didn't give it to us, we know it's anti-God, then it's from the enemy. And we can rebuke that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, I think these are all of us can see something's happening. I just recently thought about Matthew 24, where Jesus said that the days would be shortened, and if they weren't shortened, some of the effect that even the elect wouldn't be saved, and we're seeing this acceleration.
Oh, absolutely.
In evil and all that, and I think that's the shortening of the days.
Well, I agree. There's that, and there's been a lot of talk over the last few years. I never did a video on it, but I'm sure I've talked about it in the past. But the fact that the days do seem shorter, doesn't time seem like it's speeding up? I mean,
I'm old, so.
Oh, stop. Well, hey, you say middle age, but I was in Costa Rica 5 years ago, man. 5 years ago. I don't know, some people followed me all the way back then too, but it feels like it was yesterday. So I can't believe I've been here for almost 5 years now. It's insane. But yeah, time does feel to me like it's been speeding up. And I feel like there's probably videos and stories out there over the last few years talking about it as well. I'm sure other people have felt it.
Yeah. Well, another thing I had on my mind, I actually received the Lord at 7 through Corrie ten Boom, and I'm with Dawn. I'm in my 50s, and I've been saying for years, haven't received my salvation through her. I was intrigued. I actually saw her movie. Being an adult, I saw the movie. I thought, wow, I can't believe I saw this movie at 7. It was kind of twisted that my mom took me to such a dark movie, but I actually received the Lord, and it really impressed me, even at such a young age, that Corrie ten Boom could share the love of God in a concentration camp. She was actually in 3, and her sister passed away in there, and it gave me an interest in people living in communist countries, believers. So I, on my own volition, would read a lot of biographies of people. And so with the recent events in the last so many years, I've been telling people our society absolutely mirrors that of World War II, like, East Berlin, all these things. And so I see it coming, and that's why I wanted to start with the fear. Dawn was saying it, the Lord will be with us. A bunch of people have been saying, the Lord will protect us. God is with us, and we don't have to fear. Part of the kingdom of God, Jesus said, the kingdom of God is in you. It's righteousness, peace, and joy in the Holy Spirit. And while I was telling myself the other day about how I can be anxious for nothing, remembering the fruits of the Spirit as well. Joy is an element of the kingdom and fruit. And in these times, absolutely, we could still have joy and peace no matter what is happening, no matter what's happening on the outside. We have the Lord in us, and that's life. And we bear those fruits. I hope I'm making sense.
Oh, I just loved that. No, you made perfect sense. I wish I had an applause button or something. I would have pressed it, but you did great, and you nailed it. Yeah, I love it. That's it.
Well, alrighty. I guess that's all I had to say.
Well, that certainly was amazing. So thank you. It's nice meeting you. I appreciate you hanging out with me.
Absolutely. Brenda and Tamara, hi. Okay.
Okay.
God bless you, brother.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Moving on. And Grooms 777. How you doing?
Doing good. Can you hear me?
Yes. How's it going, man? Have we been friends on YouTube for a long time?
Yeah. I guess I've been following you now for about 11 years.
Man, I thought so. Hey, I just want to say thank you because I recognize your name. So, wow. Thanks for hanging out so long.
Yeah, thank you. You know what? This right here is great. All these churches shut down, and you got this open format right here for people just to talk and share their experiences. It's really good.
Thanks. I need to make this a weekly thing. I do. And that's my own kind of weird shyness sensitivity stuff. I'll get obsessed with videos for a week or two and then forget this stuff. But I'm going to try to bring more of them in. I appreciate it. And that's the whole reason I wanted to do it is just we need this. We need to talk to each other.
Yes, we do. I had a YouTube channel, and I kind of let it go. We had too many people after us that we didn't like. So
I thought you'd made videos way back. That's why I know I remembered you, man. But so you were getting attacked real bad, huh?
Yeah, the ACLU and the Poverty Law Center.
Those are the new fact checkers now. Isn't that funny?
It is now. Yeah, it is funny. How you been doing though?
Man, I'm good.
Are you doing okay?
I'm good. I'm okay, man. I've been good. It took me almost 5 years, but I'm settled in where I'm at, and I'm happy being here. I realize that God blessed me with everything I need right here. I kept wanting to go and leave and explore, but those days are changed now. The days of exploring and running loose seems like the gates are tightening.
Well, that's good. So you're settled.
Yeah, thank you for asking too, but I'm good, man. I am 100% dedicated to what I do here, shows and videos, and I'm so blessed every day to be able to do it. And trust me, man, I'm just so grateful. But thank you.
I don't want to be preachy, but there was a couple of things people said that I would like to address if you don't care.
Man, of course.
When people say you'll know them by their fruit, that's got two different meanings. It ain't looking at someone. It also means you go back to the word of first mention. Whenever she ate the fruit, she also ate a lie. So you'll know them by their doctrine. She ate bad doctrine.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Instead of looking at someone and saying, "Oh, they're doing good deeds or whatnot," I'm not talking about the fruits of the spirit. I'm just talking about the fruit that people always say. You'll know them by their fruit. But I wanted to call in, something that's helped me a lot, it might help some other people too, is that God's not going to use judgment and grace at the same time. So we're not under judgment right now. It's looking like we are, but we're not.
What are your thoughts on the whole harpazo and catching away? Because it's a real hot question a lot of people always ask.
It's there. Paul says it. So, I believe it.
You see, that's where I really want it. It's not that I don't believe it. And I always tell people I do both. I pray for it and I expect it. But I also pray for, if for whatever reason I'm here or other people are here, that, he'll be with me and I'll have something to do. There'll be a reason for me to be here. You feel me on that?
Oh, I do, definitely. Yeah. Well, something that also helped me was, learning to rightly divide the scripture to where you have to follow Paul. We worship Christ, but the revelation of the mystery was given to Paul, and it was given to him by the risen Lord Jesus Christ. No one, it was kept secret since the world began. That's Romans 16:25-28, right? And if they would have known what it was, they would have never killed Christ. But that's why the devil's always got to have a man of sin in order in place at all times. And you talk about Clegg. I like Clegg. Don't get me wrong, but the one thing about his thing about Obama, he's wrong about. Only a pope has changed God's law and God's time.
Yeah, and I
I'm
know.
sorry.
No, I was going to say I totally know where you're going, and I'm going to let you continue and finish it. I'll just quickly add this though, because he's very controversial, and throughout the years, people have asked me about him and all this because I know John. He's a friend of mine. I've been to his home several times. Like, we're really friends. And even with that, I always tell people, I may not see things exactly the interpretations he has on some things, but there's so much that I believe he's completely nailed. And also the fact I've met him and I can tell people he's not a Freemason. He's not Illuminati. He's not a reptilian. I mean, he's nothing like this. He's one of the only people I've ever met that truly every day from the moment he wakes up and goes to bed is trying to live for the Lord and by the word as he sees it. I'm telling you, man, like it's incredible now. But again, there's very controversial things he says, I know, and is into, and I don't get into it with people. I just tell them that maybe I have some of my own views, but my views don't matter. I mean, it's going to be the truth at the end, no matter what it is. Again, there's things we disagree about, but I'm friends with them for the things we agree on, Anyway,
yeah,
of course,
I don't have a problem with
there's
him.
my disclaimer.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
don't have a
go ahead.
problem with him. It's just that one thing. It kind of bothers me, but but what I was saying about the revelation of the mystery given to Paul, if people would think about it, it was given to him by the risen Lord Jesus Christ. It wasn't given to Peter. It wasn't given to James. It was only given to Paul. And that's why Paul's the apostle to the Gentiles. That's why we are to study Romans to Philemon. And it's laid out in chronological order in our Bibles. And it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. And Paul 3 times calls it my gospel. And I find that interesting,
Yeah.
Peter don't call it my gospel. James don't call it my gospel.
It is interesting.
If you don't rightly divide, then you're going to have contradictions. It's either going to be faith alone in Romans, or it's going to be faith and works in James. So if you rightly divide and use Paul as the pattern, which he says to, then it'll help you. But we're under grace right now, so there's really nothing to be scared of. People need to chill out. But I don't know if you remember my channel. You was actually one of my first subscribers, but I did the whole the fringe flag and the tassel on the flag.
Yeah,
and
you did
Trump,
some symbolism stuff. I remember that.
And Trump's always got the gold fringe flag with him, and people need to kind of get over that. He's part of it, He's all about Rome. It's
a heck of a show, isn't it? The whole thing, really.
Well, they spend billions of dollars on both sides to bring the masses together to do this. I mean, it's just a dog and pony show. But at the end of the day, when they meet the Pope, they will wear black.
Yeah, definitely all eyes on the Pope either way, right? Don't you think he's a huge player in all this?
He is, I believe, the man of sin. I don't know if it's this Pope, but like I said, only a Pope has changed God's law and God's time. So that's a big start.
Yeah. Fair enough, sir. Well, so did you start the channel back up, or you start doing more videos again?
No. Well, I was doing it with Air John Phelps, and he is considered the most racist, hateful, whatever you want to call him in probably America. So no.
I remember him being censored. Yeah, I remember all that.
Yeah. So I mean, we still talk. I love him to death. He's my brother, and it's just he just thinks that we can't live together. We're gonna have to separate. But he said this 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, people can change, right? We hope he changed. He's like, well, yeah, I don't know about that. Well, so anything else you got for us tonight, sir?
Oh, one more thing. What do you see November 3rd? You think that's when everything's going down?
Man, I think that he's going to get reelected. This is just the way but again, I'm not the best at predicting this stuff. I didn't ever see him winning the first time around. I thought Hillary was for sure going to get it, so I'm not the best at this stuff, but I feel he is America's last president. He will get it. Then we'll see how the beast system comes in, how much more of it comes in under him. Will there be an event where he gets replaced by the Antichrist? I mean, these are the things I'm looking for, but I feel like he's going to get reelected. I just think we're so late in the game, and they've got so much of the populace behind him that they've got to keep that momentum going. They've got to keep people still following something, right? For better or worse. And maybe he will do God's work, if you will, but it's all going to be ugly. There's going to be more destruction, I'm sure, no matter who got in there. As we talked, one of the guests earlier, there's no going back between the right and the left in America to being reasonable and working together, like it's full on anarchy now. It's full on out in the open, and we get it, like now we see who they are,
Well, the young people have a right to be angry, and they're just going about it the wrong way. You know what I mean?
For sure. I mean, what about the kids from Occupy Wall Street? You can peacefully protest.
Exactly. Good point. Oh, and something else about the Ron Paul thing that was said earlier.
Hey.
Let me address it.
Okay.
Him and Barney Frank set up this bill back in 2012 when he's running for president, and it was $1 trillion bill. It was awful, but Ron Paul's like a 13th degree Freemason. He's not very high, but his wife is one of the highest ranking Freemasons in all women.
That's an issue, though. I mean, that is an issue.
Yes, it is.
Order of the Eastern Star, right? So she's high up in
right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are witches. We have to be careful.
Yeah, I never have trusted him either.
Pray to the elements. They do,
Yeah, that's where news comes from. Northeast, west, south.
Yeah, man. That's right. That's good. Well, Grooms, man, don't let me. Is there anything else you wanted to bring up tonight?
No, I just appreciate the show, and I'll let you go, and we'll listen. But God bless, man. Take care.
Hey, man, you've been great, man. Okay, voice from the past. Hey, take it easy, okay?
Hey, you too.
All right, see you later, man. That's great. I love that. All right, Lauren is up next. Lauren, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. I cannot believe I'm on.
Well, thanks for your patience. I know y'all waited for a long time.
No problem at all. I just, I've been listening to you for maybe a year. My memory's not really good right now because
that's okay.
Psychological stuff. And I don't know if I'm going to get into that or not. I'm not really sure what's going to happen.
That's okay. Talk about whatever you want to, and there's no rush and there's no pressure, and we're just hanging out and talking,
Right. And I'm just kind of surprised because I often miss your lives, and I don't often get to listen to everything that you put out. I think I have your last video in my watch later section. So like who knows if I'll even get to it or not. So but I do listen to you, and
thanks.
It's kind of random. So, so that's why it's like, oh gosh, is this really happening? It's just kind of bizarre. Okay. Yeah. And, with everything that everybody's been talking about, it's, it feels like kind of the place where I'm supposed to be right now, but
good.
But I just wanted to start by saying, I have been listening to you maybe a year, and I'm always drawn to, I'll always jump in your show and I'll think, okay, I see this one was 3 hours. Maybe I'll listen for a half an hour. 3 hours later.
Well, thank you. Because some people complain a lot about long shows and videos, and I just like to mix it up. I like to do both. You can kind of appeal to everybody, but I like the long things because I listen to long podcasts during my days. I like to have something on for 3 hours, but go ahead. Right. Thank you though for listening.
Well, no problem. And I'm not going to complain because this is your gig, I'm just privileged to, be a fly on the wall and listen to what you're doing. But, I often get home late and I just put on YouTube and I think, well, I need to go to bed, and and then before I know it, I've fallen into the whole show.
Great.
That's my point, is that with you, I just, I get pulled in, and there's just something about your voice and your personality and your calm and your, you have a really great voice, and sometimes you're silly and I laugh, and you have a goofy sense of humor, and it's just really enjoyable. And I feel like I'm listening to a friend of mine.
Good. I like to think that we are, and I don't mean that goofy way or a dumb way or a creepy way. I mean, we really are. This is the way a lot of us have to communicate now, is through the internet, and that's fine. And it's also beautiful. We had a person on from Australia, we've had people on from other parts of the world, and it's absolutely amazing when that happens. It's like, yes, man, all of us, we are a hive mind of Christ, so we're all coming together. But thank you so very much.
Yeah, I heard you guy from Australia. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I was like, oh, KJ's on live, like, and I'm home. And I thought I had started late because it was live and I went back to the beginning, but here I am at the exact same spot that I'm supposed to be. So yeah, it's really, it's just obviously I'm just meant to be sitting here with all of you right now. And I did, speaking of your website, congratulations on your awards on
Thank
your
you.
movie. Yeah. And I did just watch that. And it was, I was kind of like on the edge of my seat in anxiety the entire time.
Thank you.
And I couldn't stop looking.
Great. That's the effect I hope it has on everybody.
Oh, yeah, it did. I mean, I felt disturbed the entire time, and there was a part of me that was like, well, just turn it off. And I couldn't, so if that was your intention, you nailed it.
I'm going to tell you something. This is true. In fact, I just ran out of them today and I ordered some more online. I've been ordering these business cards with these crazy designs I'm putting on it. On one side, it says, have you seen the scariest movie ever made? And it has my website in the bottom. And on the back, it just says, what is the scariest movie ever made? The one you're living in and never noticed it. And I'm just going through, I live near a campus. I'll drive through the campus and just toss those out the window on the crosswalks. Every time I go out anywhere in public, like even a Walmart, I'll walk through and put them in front of candles and hide them inside, different products and things.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to plant seeds, literally. But anyway, I probably sound nuts, but go ahead.
No. And you say that all the time, but I'm rambling. And I think, but I ramble. I like listening to you talk. So
thanks.
I wanted to throw that out there. But
appreciate it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so that I just recently watched that, and I've just been kind of listening to what everybody's been talking about, and this lockdown's been really, really hard on me. Like, I guess there's been memes about it and things like that, but when it first started, I'm a loner too, and I thought, I can still sit on my couch and watch YouTube videos and never see anybody, and I'll be fine. And then 2 months into it, I wasn't fine. So
I know.
I did have a routine, and I did get out amongst people, and I did spend time with family, and all that just stopped. And I didn't realize I didn't realize how important it was to me. Like, I didn't realize how important it was to me to be able to smile at a stranger in the grocery store and get a smile back.
Yeah.
Until I lost all of this. And I have taken things for granted because I am a loner, and I do spend a lot of time alone. And I know what my reasons for that are, and they're not always the best reasons for myself personally.
Well, have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs test?
Well, and I didn't know if there's a lot. There's so many.
Because you might be an introvert, and it's something
I am 50-50. I'm 50-50.
There you go. So you understand that sometimes we can struggle with being alone too long and feeling like, oh my gosh, I should get out and do stuff and be around people. And you know how that is.
Well, yeah. And that's when the whole 50-50 came back to me. It was like, oh God, I really do need people 50% of the time,
Yeah.
Yeah. And I lost all that. So and the whole scariest movie ever drew me into your channel because I'm a bit of a conspiracy nut.
Great.
I'm the one in my family. I got to plug in now. I'm getting battery low signal here.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but I'm the one in my family that they kind of roll their eyes when I start speaking, and
right.
See them now with everything that's going on, because I generally I do say things, but mostly I just post on Facebook, and so they tease me, they make fun of me, but that's not a new thing, so I'm a bit of a conspiracy nut, and
good.
Yeah, I can't help it. It's my hardwiring. It literally is my hardwiring. I literally I just guess I just go right, because this time got really scary for me. And one of the things I'm working on is that I was raised by a narcissist.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, so I've got a lot of issues that are real problematic for me. I got saved probably when I was 15 or 16, but I've spent a lot of that period in addiction, just really, really struggling, and feeling guilty and feeling awful, and like God didn't love me, and like because I was just felt so powerless over that. So I've learned a whole lot about what happens when you are narcissistically abused, and it's been a very painful journey. And during this lockdown, I have PTSD. I have actually what you call complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And it's a version of PTSD for people that are in like long-term abuse situations, not like a tour of duty or 3 tours of duty where you can see an end in sight, but you still get PTSD. But with this, you never
did
see
you have
an
brothers? I'm sorry, I'm real curious, real quick. Did you have brothers or sisters too?
I did, and when you're in a family like that, there's family roles, and I got the scapegoat role.
Oh, you weren't the golden child.
Oh no, and my sister, golden child, she's the one that rolls her eyes a lot at me when I bring some of these conspiracy theories up. But no, I was the scapegoat, so I got the brunt of the abuse, and I don't have a lot of childhood memories, but it feels through my journey, I've come to understand, through the help of God and through a lot of leading, that there was probably a lot of stuff that went on behind closed doors, and when I was alone with mom, and when there wasn't anybody there to help out, and there's just a lot of psychological twisting that happened.
Yeah.
It's been a lot to work through. And so you talk about the loneliness, that we feel right now. And I've definitely struggled with that. And a lot of what's been going on in the world has been very triggering. And
it's all set up for that. Yeah, it's totally even like you said with the masks. I mean, no smiles, 6 feet away at all times, stay at home. I've said it before, but they're trying to make us all prisoners, or they're getting us in that prisoner mindset. So we're right.
And what, and when I finally kind of realized PTSD this whole time, what was happening was that everything that was going on in the world and politically was reminding me of my childhood. The gaslighting, the muzzling, the inconsistency, the we care about you, we don't. I mean, all this stuff that was happening was mimicking everything all the confusing parts of my childhood. And so here I am, a Christian, struggling, and I watch a lot of different stuff, and sometimes you get that whole joy of the Lord, you're saved now, you have no more problems, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm not experiencing it that way. And so because of my training and my programming, then my message to myself will be, see, you're not a good Christian, and you're definitely not going with the rest of them when they get raptured, because, so there's a lot of stuff that I have to work through. And
yeah, don't listen to that. That's the devil in your ear, little demons chirping in your ear. But once you got Jesus, you're good, no matter what sins you did in the past, no matter what you do now, no matter what you're going to do in the future, because we're right. So yeah, don't let that little demon get in your ear.
Well, even last night, this has increased my connection with y'all like never before. And because of my abuse, it was always hard for me to connect with God. Even though I was saved, I had this abusive parent that would kick in whenever I'd go to God. And miraculously through this time, my relationship with God has changed, and I feel unconditionally loved like I've never felt before. And, even in my prayer last night, I was like, I want to go, if there's, like you were talking, if there is one, I want to go. And then the next thought was, but there's no way that you're going to find me worthy. And
oh yeah, that's that demon.
it is. And what happened was that he came in again and he said, you're right where you're supposed to be. You're not doing anything wrong. I'm leading you through this journey of recovery. And it just reminded me that even though my journey doesn't look like his or yours or theirs or whatever, he's never forsaken me. He's never left my side. He's continually opened my way and my understanding this entire time. And I think that's what I got out of just listening tonight and listening to everybody talk. And a lot of times what I get out of just listening to you is that calming reminder that I'm not crazy. I'm not, when you're narcissistically abused, and this is the thing I want to point out, when you're narcissistically abused, you're led to believe that you're the crazy one. You're led to believe that even though they're doing all the bad stuff, that it's you. And that's a huge thing I'm noticing in this political climate right now.
Yeah. Wow.
We're doing crazy things, but we're going to blame everybody else for it.
Oh, it's all inverted. It's all projection. Everything that the left is doing and wanting to do, they're saying it's the right. And that's just, right. It's the as above, so below. Here we are.
And yeah, and I kind of feel like in a weird way that my abuse and the twisting of my brain and the having to break the denial and having to understand narcissistic abuse has kind of in a weird way prepared me for this time.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you were gaslit probably your entire life growing up.
Life, yes. And we are all being gaslit.
Oh, huge. Yeah, this is the greatest psychological operation on humanity the world's ever seen.
And one day they tell us one thing, and then they change it, and they never said it, and then they change it again. It's crazy making. Everybody's off balance.
Are you good at taking breaks from it? I do myself. That's why I ask, get out into nature and.
And I'm not. And that's the part that I'm struggling with, is that when I realized how incredibly triggered I'd become, I started going to therapy again, because I've been in therapy since 2013 for this, and it's been extremely difficult. And I got to a really good place in my life where I actually stopped taking the medication. I was able to go back to college. I was able to move out of a really crappy neighborhood. I was let go of a very toxic job, and things really opened up for me. And then this happened, and I just brought into this everything that I had gotten out of therapy, and it inundated me. And
I was just going to say, it just popped in my head, but I don't know if you are or not. And if you're not, please do. But just ask the Lord then what he's trying to teach you right now, because I think that's what's happening with all of us during all this stuff, right? So just say, Lord, what can I learn? And we have to let go of what we had. We got to let go of the old ways, because the old ways are falling away.
Definitely. It's like, get ready. Change is happening. And I somewhere along this journey, I started praying hard for the truth. Just show me because it's confusing, they're confusing us. I prayed, show me the truth over and over again. And he is, and it's the stages of grief are anger, denial, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, because I know them.
Yeah. And now that you list them, I was right through my head. I was like, yes. And I got to say, I guess I went through it pretty quick, myself. It took about 2 months, I think, to
Yeah.
finally get to acceptance. But anyway, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And mine are all over they can be all over the place. And unfortunately, my grief, when I grieve and I'm grieving, the state of the world and what's happening and what we're losing, and what comes with that is all that unresolved grief from childhood. So it's big stuff, and it's a lot, and I'm pretty flattened sometimes. And I actually just had some extremely big stuff come up about a week ago, and I'm just kind of getting out of that flattened state. And for me, I just have to trust. I don't know where I'm at. I don't want to be here, but I have to trust.
That's it. Yeah, just trust and know that, we have family things happening now with some people not doing so well. And so we've had family pass away, 2 of them this year. And I've got friends who've passed away in their 40s and 50s and heart attacks. And I mean, it's crazy right now, but I think that's a part of what it is,
Well, and then you can't go to funerals. I haven't been able to see my father, who's in an assisted living facility. My sister won't hug me, just crazy stuff, just difficult stuff. So
hang in there and just, hang in there. You're definitely being tested, and right. So hang in there and know that you're connected to the creator of everything through his son, Jesus Christ, which means that we are total conquerors. We are winners. We don't have to be afraid. And he may have some great work for you or something. I'm sure he does. I just don't know what it is, but let him work you through this. I think it's going to be beautiful on the other side. It'll all make sense.
Well, I just made a pact with a girlfriend, because he's putting people in my life who are traumatized Christians, and it's just kind of amazing.
That could be your ministry someday here soon,
And we just made a pact. In 10 years, we're going to be happy old ladies doing whatever we want. So I believe in healing. But, just thank you for what you do. And you give me an outlet through all the stuff that I do too. And even though sometimes the things you show us and you talk to us about are a little daunting and overwhelming, it's just your attitude and your tone of voice and your goofy sense of humor. And I feel like I'm just hanging out with a friend, and it helps break that loneliness. It really does.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you. And you are hanging out with a friend, Lauren. I mean, I appreciate you talking, and I appreciate you sharing everything you have and your story and your situation. And so many people can relate. Believe me, I've already seen them chatting about it. So,
I thought, don't talk about that. And then the next thing that came in, which can often be a God voice, is how many times have you shared this and people actually thank you for it? So it was kind of like, well, okay, God, I don't know what's going to happen because I don't have a list. But if that's what I'm supposed to do, then okay. And here we are.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, Lauren, it's been a real blessing talking to you. You're awesome, and I really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you, KJ. You're awesome too.
Well, hang in there. I feel it's going to be real good for you, and I'll be doing more of these. I've been doing them. It's been a month, but I need to do another one sooner. And I hope to talk to you again sometime and just give us a good update. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. And God bless you. Take care.
Okay. See you later. Bye-bye. All right, guys. Next up is Richard. Richard, how you doing?
Hello, KJ.
Hey, Richard. How's it going?
It's going very, very well from my perspective. Can you hear me well?
I can. Hey, have I ever talked to you in the past, like way back in the past?
No, we've never spoken. I've only ever been on one other live stream with Mad Max, and that was a long, long time ago. So this was all quite new again.
Well, it's nice talking to you. You've been a friend of mine on YouTube, I think, for a pretty long time.
I've been following you for a while, KJ, and I mean, there's two things that attract me to a channel. One originally was the truth movement, and probably the last sort of year, I've been predominantly attracted to the Christian channels. So it's either one of those two things. It was quite probably the truth movement that introduced me to your channel. But I mean, what I do love are sort of truth channels that intertwine with scripture. So, you know, this channel was absolutely perfect for me.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And you know, I don't even put a lot of that in. And I've mentioned this in the past that way back in the beginning, I never talked about my faith. I didn't have live shows, didn't talk about God or Jesus, but I've mentioned it before. I really feel God made me because I started feeling so guilty. And the way I kept seeing it was I'm scaring people and giving them no answer. That's why you know what I mean? And that's not cool to do either.
Well, you know, you got the way I see it is, you know, it probably takes quite a lot of courage to come out and admit to being a Christian in the beginning, I think. And I don't know whether you or not you are a Christian, but I think probably within the last 6 or 8, probably the last 8 months, I'm sort of itching on. I'm sort of on the cusp of preaching. I'm not extremely well read in the Bible. So, you know, I mean, if people ask me a question, I couldn't immediately go to a chapter or a verse.
Me either.
And sort of quote from that. But what I have found of immense use, and this was a gift to me, that really set me on the path of Christianity, was a little Gideon's Bible. It's got a where to find help section in the beginning that is so guiding. And you know, I mean, I looked at that as because I had questions regarding the 10 Commandments, and one was the "Thou shalt have none other god," and at that sort of time, I was sort of confused, I guess. But the other one was about the honor thy mother and father. Now, my question was to this. Well, he wasn't actually a preacher. He was part of what we've got in Britain is street pastors, and they sort of go out Friday and Saturday evenings. They set up store, and they sort of tend, for want of a better word, drunks and revelers.
Right.
Yeah, so they've got teas,
right
coffees.
the
No, one outside the pub. It was actually outside the church, and in my town, there used to be quite a lot of pubs, and it's sort of along the main drag, and it's sort of like a little respite. They used to give out flip-flops for ladies that, you know, had taken their stilettos off. So they used to give out these flip-flops and teas, coffees, and biscuits. But my question regarding honouring one's mother and father, because my introduction to the truth movement was this sort of uncovering of child sexual abuse by, in particular, the establishment in Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get a huge amount of press, but that was my introduction to the truth movement, and that was 8, 9, maybe 10 years ago.
Wow!
And so once I realised that these atrocities were actually being covered up by those that have governance over us, and they're there to protect us and guide us. That sort of made me basically question absolutely everything.
Yeah.
But going back to this, I want to honour your mother and father. I said, well, what if you've got an abusive parent or you've got an abusive guardian? How can you honour your mother and father? And it was sort of explained to me at the time that this abuse begins somewhere in time, and it's just like a repeating cycle. So an abusive child or an abused child may well end up as an abusive parent. So that's a sort of cycle. So if we go back to you know, like 2,000 years to when the Bible was written, I don't imagine this abuse didn't exist then. But if we go back to in the beginning when God created heaven and the earth, and then He created man, the abuse didn't exist then. So it's sort of, if it was written then, that was how I could sort of rewind back to then is the time to honour your mother and father and respect your elders. So it's along that sort of lines.
It makes sense. It makes me first think of generational curses, and then it also makes me wonder what the Hebrew and the Greek is for honor. I wonder what the definition is in Hebrew and Greek for honor, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But well, when you first started talking about this, in my mind, two of my good friends in life have the worst parents you could ever imagine. They were raised by grandparents, these friends of mine, and the stories of the things these parents did. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. How can you honor them? That's why I would have to look up again the Greek, and also the Hebrew. What does honor actually stand for and mean? And like you said, maybe it's in that context of back in those days, what it means back then to what it means now. Because certainly, how is a child going to honor a parent if they're committing SRA on them, satanic ritual abuse or something?
Yeah.
So that's a good one. It's interesting.
Yeah. And like I say, it sort of got me it moved me up so many steps up this sort of ladder to just becoming a full on Jesus Christian. So I was christened Church of England. I've sort of denounced that. I went to one Church of England service one time, and there was no mention of God save the meek, God save the homeless, God save the poor. It was just God save the Queen, and that was the only sort. There was no mention of Jesus Christ. It was to me, it just didn't resonate.
Right, exactly.
And I mean, what I was going to say, the first thing I was actually going to say when I came on was to thank you ever so much for this opportunity, not to speak, but to fellowship, because you've got an absolutely amazing chat room that is without doubt is second to none. So that is what I originally wanted to thank you for. That was the thing that I actually did. I've only got two things written down because the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. And he's led me here now. It's 5:04 in the morning here. So I've been watching since almost the beginning. So
I know. Well, thank you for staying up late, for real.
Well, it's at the end of the day, it's 100% worth it, because I love a chat. I love to communicize. I go to various churches, and I'm non-denominational. I go to various churches to communicize, to fellowship. I don't specifically go there to listen to the preacher, because it's the people that are there to actually get the gospel, rather than specifically listen to the vicar or the preacher. So, the fellowshipping probably is the most important aspect of the church. Really, that's the way I sort of see it. And like I say, this sort of chat room is just so full on. Most people are absolutely full on. So, I'm in the right place. The Lord is my shepherd. I do not want. He gives me everything I need. And the only thing I've ever prayed or asked him for is fellowship, is communicizing. That's the only thing. I don't ask for anything else at all. So, and I am here. So
I'm grateful you're here with us, and I mean this as we're talking. I swear I've seen your name on my YouTube for years. Just thank you again for being a friend so long.
Oh, well, my pleasure, KJ. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is there anything else you wanted to share with us?
Well, I've got this probably about a week ago I went out, and I'm always sort of curious by people that say they hear the word of God, or or they get touched by Christ. And I went out I sort of had 3 days at home, mincing around the garden, etc. I'm not in lockdown. We're not in lockdown in this neck of the woods in Great Britain, in the south. So and so anyway, I'd come out, and I do crave company. So I sort of gone out. I was walking down the road into town, and I was speaking. I was saying, "Oh, please, my Lord, please speak to me, so I know it's not my imagination making things up, or just lay your hand on my head so I can feel, so I can actually feel that you're there." and I'm looking left and right. The sun was behind me. I'm looking for shadows, and I didn't get anything. I didn't hear anything apart from my own voice in my own head. But I sort of got, when I got into town, first I was on my way to the bank, and there was an old fella sat on a walking frame, and he looked like he was praying to me, but he was deep in thought. He had his chin on his clenched fist, and I just said to him, "Oh, are you praying?" And he sort of looked up, and he was quite glum, but we struck a conversation up. I went into the bank. He was waiting for me when I come out, and that's that sort of fellowship, because he was himself a Christian, and we parted company. And I walked probably about 5 minutes down the road, and this is another random chap. I got chatting with this other random, is a young man, and as it transpired, didn't know him. As it transpired, his name was Angel. Which I thought, okay, that blew me. And then as soon as I left him, he went off into the bank himself, and over the road, and I actually uploaded a video of this, there was a trumpet player, and as I left Angel, the trumpet player was actually playing When the Saints Go Marching In, and I thought, no, this isn't true. So I'd gone over and I actually recorded it. I've uploaded the video. And then I met 3 other people. And the sixth person I met in Sainsbury's, which is like a Tesco, which is like a sort of like a bit like a Walmart. And yet again, it's just random people that I don't know, that for some reason I end up striking a conversation with these people. I've got this knowing that God and Jesus Christ are attracting like-minded people. They're fellowship. There's an attraction. There's a magnetic attraction between two people, between groups of people that are bringing Christians together to do that fellowship. And particularly this time when people are being forced 6 feet apart, and we're muzzled. I'm not muzzled. I refuse to wear a mask, but for medical reasons more than anything, because we know it's a detriment to oxygen intake. Sure. But he said to me, we got into this Christian guy, and this fella had actually left the church and sort of left Jesus Christ. But I said to him, well, if you're relying on the church to be your source of information, the way I see it is so dissolved and so divided with all these denominations, that it is that divide and conquer. It weakens that bond, as far as I can see, which is one reason why I visit. Well, there's probably 6 or 7 churches that I did regularly visit, but I wasn't affiliated with any of them in particular. I just used to like going around and basically fellowshipping. So, but as this young man had said to me during this conversation, he said, well, it's funny you should say that I'm number 6. I'm the 6th person, which he was a 6th person. He said I think he said it's something like my life number is number 6. But it's what I'd like to instill in people, and a lot of people know this already, and a lot of people who had this similar or exactly the same experience as I have, is Jesus Christ is there. He is there. There's no 2 doubts about it in my mind. There's no 1 doubt. He is there. And I couldn't ask for forgiveness. I asked Christ for understanding, because when I was sinning, physically sinning, I was aware of what I was doing. It wasn't by accident, but it was circumstances that led me to those actions. I've never murdered anybody, nothing that terrible. But so what I actually asked for was basically for Christ to sort of like look after my sins until I get to have to face them myself. So I sort of asked him to carry them for me. And as soon as I did that, it was a massive, massive, massive weight and burden off of my soul. So what I just want to instill in people that are sort of sitting on a fence, or they don't fully believe or know that it is absolutely true that putting your life in the hands of Christ, of Jesus, is, the rewards are just astounding. Simple as that, really, KJ.
It's great. Thank you, Richard.
As simple as that.
Man. Well, thank you once again for staying up so late, being a friend so long, and for offering your wisdom, man. I appreciate you.
Well, God bless you, KJ, and long may you reign on this channel, because, like I say, it's it's so diverse, and the fellowshipping that you've got in comments and in the chat is just, well, it's probably the top on, or it's got to be the top that I know of on YouTube. So I'll thank you for that, and I'll thank all the subscribers and the commenters that make it so. So
well, thank you for that, sir, and have a good one. Have a good morning, I guess.
Well, there's one thing is, Jimmy Savile was a sir. Now, sir, I don't like being called sir, because Jimmy Savile was a sir. So what I do say is, when people do say sir, I do say, well, I'd rather be just called a man or Richard.
Makes sense.
I mean, this is one thing that I do, and that I do like to bring up, is when talking with people that are sort of sitting on the fence with regard to this disease that's going around, is firstly, do you trust your government? And secondly, bearing in mind that the BBC, which are a worldwide network, hid Jimmy Savile and his abuses for half a century, 50 years, do you trust mainstream media and the main source of news and information on this current disease? And it has swayed a lot of people's minds. So despite the nastiness of Jimmy Savile, what he's actually done is fueled a contempt for that aspect of mainstream media. So, there are lots of things that have been done in the past that are, in an odd sort of way, are gifts to wake people up. So anyway, I'll just leave it at that then, KJ.
It's good. It makes sense.
Do you mind if I ask you a question? What does KJ stand for?
Gosh, I almost, I have some anonymity. People doxed me years ago, but I guess I can't really say just for my own anonymity, but I can say that it is my actual nickname. It really is. It really is initials for my real name and everything. But I'm sure you can understand, man.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
All right.
Mean, a stonemason, not a Freemason, isn't really my surname. So.
Right. You got it. Well, hey, take care. It's nice talking to you.
My friend. God bless you, and God bless everybody in the chat. Thanks ever so much.
All right, Richard.
Thank you, my friend. Goodbye now.
Gosh, I said sir again right after that. I didn't even mean to, for real. But thank you, Richard. Okay, can you guys still hear me? Yeah, I just kind of fell out for a second there. Now, Richard was supposed to be the last. Earlier, I said I was going to end, but two more people got in just after that. So I'm going to go ahead and talk to these folks here real quick, and I don't want you to feel pressured, guys. It's D-Ray and Bug, but I want to give you guys a chance to hang out here too and see what's on your mind as well. I'm still doing all right, still running fine. We're over 4 hours though. That's pretty good. I think we're doing all right. D-Ray, what's up? Hey, D-Ray, are you there? I can't hear you. D-Ray, you may have fell asleep. Bug, are you there? Hey, Bug, can you hear me? I may have lost both of them. All right, guys, I tried D-Ray and Bug. I couldn't get them on here. Maybe they fell asleep. Either way, guys, it's probably a good time to go ahead and call it a night. It's been over 4 hours. it's been a lot of fun over here on my side, guys. I really love doing these. I love talking to you. Every guest was awesome. So thank you for that. I'll do another one of these in less than a month. I promise you that much. Okay. These are great to do, and we do need these, especially in times like this. But over this week, I have some more live shows coming, more videos as well. I still have some shorter ones, music type videos I'm going to put on whoiskjosborne.com. Check that link below. I've got a couple sponsors down there. You can get the free Brave browser. Don't get to pay anything for it. It's something good to use outside of Google. You'll get the DuckDuckGo search engine, which I use all the time. Been using it for a long time. And if you're interested in any emergency food supplies, I've got a great link down there for under 2 weeks for under $100 and a month for under $200. And then they have every other product you can imagine there. So that's about it. Big shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters, of course. Another huge shout out to the guests, every one of you. Thank you so very much. Everybody was fantastic. Everybody had something great to offer, great story, great everything. And just thank you guys. For all of you listening and the moderators as well, thanks so much. Thank you. And just thanks for being a part of it. Thanks for being a part of this. I really appreciate you, man. And like I said, I'll make time over the next few weeks. We'll do another one of these in between the other kind of videos and stuff I'm working on. And until then, you guys, I really appreciate you. I always like to end these on a prayer, if you don't mind. So I'll just say, Heavenly Father, I always have to start these prayers with you, Lord, just by saying thanks. Thank you. Thanks once again for a place for all of us to hang out, all of these great people. Had all these wonderful guests on tonight. Thank you for each and every one. Thanks for all the listeners out there. Just a wonderful group and community. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Anybody who's listening out there, Lord, I pray that nobody's in fear. If people don't understand what's going on or understand how to find Christ, I pray you lead them or lead someone into their lives to lead them all the way. Understand just to accept Christ, be connected with you, be Holy Spirit filled, and just keep guiding us down here. We're all fighting, Lord, for you. So thank you, and I love you. In Jesus' name I pray. All right, guys. Hey, thanks once again for being here. You guys are so awesome. I got more stuff popping up on the channel this week and on the website. So until then, take care, guys. All right, have a good night, and I'll see you later on this week.